Chapter 551, Tom, Long Time No See. Oh. In the stadium, the Irish fans gave a huge cheer. Although Krum finally caught the golden snitch, the Bulgarian team still lost. The score was also fixed at 116-70. The Irish Quidditch team became this Quidditch World Cup champions. I want to say that we have tried our best, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic said helplessly. Wait, you guy can speak English? The fudge man was almost furious. Then you're still gesticulating with me? Oh, Connolly, isn't this a very interesting thing? KR. Amidst the heated discussion among everyone, Blake looked at Dumbledore, who was smiling and applauding not far away. Just in the middle of the game, Dumbledore came back. Coming back with him was Old Batty. Old Barty sat where little Barty sat before, with the same coffin face as usual, and it was impossible to tell what he had experienced. But Blake knew that something must have happened between Dumbledore and this old guy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Dumbledore to come back with this old guy. Others thought that Barty Sr. asked the house elves to occupy that position for him, but Blake knew that it was for Barty Jr. But now, Batty Jr. ran away, and Batty Yuan sat in that position instead. Blake even guessed part of what happened. Dumbledore and Old Barty returned peacefully, which meant that Dumbledore must have known what Old Barty had done, and he must have chosen to let Old Batty go. Otherwise, Old Batty would have gone to Azkaban now, instead of watching the World Cup games. It can't be that Old Barty's last wish is to watch a Quidditch game, right? This is very unreasonable for Old Barty. Therefore, Blake still prefers that Dumbledore took the initiative to let Old Barty go. However, now that Dumbledore is over there, what are you guessing? Just ask. Blake thought of this, stood up, rubbed Cassandra's head, and stopped her from talking about the controversial foul. Then, facing her dangerous gaze, he walked towards Dumbledore. However, before Blake could finish his probing question, he was interrupted by Dumbledore. Oh, I just went to the toilet. You know, it always takes a little longer for the elderly to go to the toilet. Ah, the golf course they built is very big, but the toilet is far away. Dumbledore replied with a smile. Oh. Blake heard Dumbledore's words and knew that he didn't want to say anything. Did you just apparate there when you went to the toilet? However, Blake already got the answer he wanted. Dumbledore didn't want to mention it, which meant that he let Old Barty go. Therefore, it can be inferred that little Barty either ran away or was killed. Since Dumbledore has no habit of killing people, Barty Jr. must have run away. Tsk, that old guy is lying. Grindelwald came over quietly and said, Huh? How do you know? Did you use legilimency on Professor Dumbledore? Oh, why do I need to use that? As long as I see that old guy showing that disgusting smile, I will know that he has started to deceive people. Humph, he used to coax me like this all the time. Huh? Coax you? I mean, trick me. Oh, I understand. You know nothing, Grindelwald said angrily. Old Barty didn't stay in the box for long. After chatting with the Bulgarian Minister of Magic for a while, he hurriedly left the box, followed closely by Blado. Blake knew from the look on their faces that Dumbledore must have told Old Barty what happened tonight. Moreover, he also brought Old Batty into his own camp, which is undoubtedly a big help. Dumbledore said as he passed by Blake, You go back with Nagini and the others first. I'll go do some errands and then come back. Don't worry, it will be peaceful tonight. Blake nodded. Obviously, this was Dumbledore telling Blake that he was fully prepared for the possible riots tonight. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald when he left. I think what someone said before was not just talk, right? Huh. Grindelwald frowned and snorted coldly, then followed suit. He himself said that he wanted to help Blake, so when Dumbledore became angry, he rarely responded directly. Blake, don't worry, you're safe with me, Grindelwald said and left the box. Haha, I don't feel safe with you around, right? You want to fight with me first? In the distance, Blake could still hear their bickering. Blake took a deep breath. Dumbledore and the others thought they could contain the violence tonight. But Blake knew very well that tonight's riot was not the main thing. The main thing was that the opponent's target should be himself. However, Blake had no intention of telling Dumbledore and Grindelwald because the Lestranges were too vigilant. They will never take action until they confirm that Dumbledore and Grindelwald have left their side. They are not fools. How could they be so reckless when they know they can't defeat him? Therefore, the only way is to keep Dumbledore and the others away from him before the other party takes action. According to Blake's understanding of Voldemort, Voldemort must have been tortured in front of him, or even killed by him personally, in order to appease his anger. Therefore, the main task of the Lestranges should be to kidnap themselves, rather than kill themselves. Then, as long as Blake allows them to kidnap him and bring him in front of Voldemort, he can directly eliminate Voldemort's immortal little strongman. Of course, if his prediction was wrong and the Lestranges wanted to kill him, then he would have no choice but to use legilimency. To be honest, he doesn't really like using legilimency to read Bella's memories, because it's just too uncomfortable. Let's go. Blake called to Nagini and Rebecca and walked towards the door of the box. He couldn't wait to be taken away. Blake glanced at Nagini and Rebecca, who were following him, and couldn't help but feel something in his heart. It seems that I have to find a way to separate these two people and then be alone. Because, no matter it is Nagini or Rebecca, as long as one is around, Bella and Rodolphus cannot take them away. There is no way. Even if Nagini is powerful, Rebecca is still a silent butcher who can control her own power. If the two of them were here, let alone the Lestranges, even if there were a dozen more Death Eaters, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Blake walked out of the box while thinking. However, Blake left simply because of something, which made the other girls in the box sad. This bastard mailed in the tickets, then watched the game together without much interaction, then left without even saying a word when it was over. Cassandra was even more depressed because Blake not only did not take the initiative to talk to her, but even interrupted her topic and then ran away. Blake ran so fast that he didn't feel the dangerous glances behind him. The lanterns in the woods light up again. People filed out of the gymnasium still unsatisfied. Irish fans even wore their distinctive jerseys and held a parade in the streets to celebrate. The camp was filled with the laughter and singing of Irish fans. For them, there is no doubt that tonight will be a sleepless night. However, it is such a crazy night that is the most likely time for trouble to occur. Only at this time can riots be hidden from the eyes of most people, and riots are natural, in the Malfoy family tent. Lucius Malfoy touched Draco Malfoy's head, then hugged his wife again, and then quickly left the tent. 2. After passing the corner of the tent, his clothes turned into a black cloak, and there was a mask on his face. By this time, the parade and celebration had been going on for more than several hours. The people who were secretly watching the camp felt a little sleepy. However, they all knew that this was the most dangerous time, so they did not relax their vigilance. Suddenly, the sound coming from the distance made these people feel their hearts tightening. Although there is celebration all the time now, it is very noisy everywhere. But now the noise coming from far away sounds a little different. There seemed to be exclamations and screams mixed in. Walk! One after another, figures rushed towards the place of riot from everywhere. You guys go to bed first. I'm still thinking about 10 sets of children's books, Blake said to Nagini and Rebecca. At this time, it was getting late, and they were not fans of the Irish team, so of course they would not really celebrate all night. Nagini and Rebecca also felt sleepy, but after hearing Blake's words, they didn't think much about it. Wait until they all go into their respective cubicles to rest. Only then did Blake put away the book in his hand and left the tent quietly. When he walked out of the tent, he immediately felt more than a dozen looks from around him. Blake was a little surprised. It seemed that the Lestranges were not idiots and knew how to find some helpers. Blake looked at the tent behind him, then walked toward the woods in the distance. There was no way, if he raised his hand at the door, it would definitely alarm Nagini and Rebecca in the tent. Sure enough, when those people who were secretly watching Blake saw Blake starting to walk towards the remote woods, they all followed him. Apparently, they also wanted to kidnap Blake quickly and quietly. After all, no one knows how long the rioters over there can hold off Dumbledore and Grindelwald. After Blake walked into the woods, he pretended to be a tailor and wanted to open up the flowers and plants underwater. Then he heard footsteps behind him. Well, let's not hold back anymore. It looks like we are about to take action. Sure enough, there are no unnecessary words. The sound of a curse suddenly came from behind. Fainted to the ground. Blake turned his body slightly to one side, and the robe transformed into a floating cloak gently blocked the spell. But Blake tilted his body and lay on the ground, as if he had really been hit by a coma spell. Is it that simple? Why not let me go over there and have a good time? After Blake fell to the ground, someone whispered. Obviously, these scum still prefer to burn, kill, and loot for Blake, a scumbag who can be knocked down in one hit. The riots over there are where they want to go. Rodolphus was also a little confused at this time, wasn't it? Master didn't say this. Is the boy a bit difficult to deal with? Moreover, the master also said that he once taught him magic. The result is this? Even little Barty couldn't possibly be unprepared for his tentative sneak attack, right? Fortunately, just to be sure, he recruited a few people to help from the people who were planning to riot. Well, just to be sure. Rodolphus quickly came to his senses and explained casually. Then, Rodolphus waved his wand, making Blake's body levitate. You guys should leave first. I'll take him away. Okay, then let's go have fun somewhere else. The dark shadows in the forest dispersed, and they were about to join this happy riot. These dark wizards were all hired by Rodolphus, and they were just mercenaries. Even if he is caught, Rodolphus's location will not be revealed. Therefore, after succeeding, Rodolphus dispersed them. After all, there was no way he could bring these guys to his master. Although his master was once an extremely powerful Dark Lord, he is still very weak now. Suddenly, Dumbledore's voice came from the distance. Stop! Who are you? Fit! Then, there was the sound of magic spells clashing. Obviously, this is Dumbledore who suddenly came back and met the dark wizards who were preparing to start a new riot here. Rodolphus's heart tightened, and he quickly grabbed Blake's robe and apparated away. Blake still doesn't like the feeling of apparating. The feeling of being squashed and squeezed into a water pipe made his stomach churn. Our dimension door is still easy to use. Before Blake could finish his emotion, the cautious Rodolphus once again led him to start the third apparition. Tsk, tsk, that's prudent enough. Blake thought helplessly. No one knew how many times he had disapparated before Rodolphus finally stopped. Then, Blake felt himself being pulled by the levitation technique and passed through a forest and stopped. Blake's true eyes glanced at the scene in front of him through his own eyelids. It was a shabby tent, and Rodolphus was opening the curtain of the tent, so he didn't notice Blake's movements behind him. Blake pretended to be dead all the way and was taken into the tent. Blake immediately sensed Voldemort's soul power, which was the same as his own lich. However, now Voldemort's soul is like a candle in the wind, as if it will be extinguished at any moment. At this time, even though Blake did not sense Voldemort, he still heard a voice. A voice as hoarse as a snake said, "You are still alive and well. When I come back to life, I will definitely let you get what you want." Another man's voice said humbly, "I will definitely live up to your expectations, the great Voldemort." "Huh? Rodolphus, are you back?" said the hoarse voice. "Yes, master. Fortunately, I brought Blake Green back," Rodolphus said excitedly. Voldemort said excitedly, "Very good. You did well. Rodolphus, where is he?" "Outside, my lord," said Rodolphus respectfully. "Quick, Bella, take me out." "Ha-ha, I have long wanted to help the master teach this traitor a lesson." Bella's crazy voice also sounded at this time. However, when Bella hugged Voldemort's body and came out with Rodolphus and Barty Jr., she was dumbfounded. All I saw was Blake, who was supposed to be lying on the ground. At this time, he was standing in the living room of the tent, gently dusting himself. "Oh, Tom, long time no see," Blake said with a warm smile. That leisurely look was like greeting an old friend. Chapter 552, Open the Door, Let Dumbledore Go. Seeing Blake like this, Rodolphus's face turned dark. This guy was obviously captured by himself, but why didn't he seem to have any consciousness of being a prisoner? He looks like the big boy next door who came to the neighbor's house and came to the door. And how dare he call his master by his original name? This is asking for death. Wait, could it be said that he let himself be captured on purpose? The purpose is to allow you to bring him to meet the master? No, there is no use for him to come by himself. He is just a little kid. So, Could it be that Dumbledore was following him? If that's the case, Rodolphus couldn't even imagine how his master would punish him. He swallowed hard and couldn't help but glance at the tent door. I was afraid that an old man with a white beard would come in from the tent door. If that were the case, I would have to work hard. However, there was no movement at the tent door. This made Rodolphus both happy and puzzled. Blake Green, very, very good, Voldemort said through gritted teeth. Ah, Tom, I can see you miss me a lot, Blake smiled. Ha ha, yes, I miss you so much. I miss you to death, Voldemort said through gritted teeth. Blake's arrogant look and Tom's noises made Voldemort furious. Of course, if he had hair. How dare you call the master's name like that? Bella yelled angrily. If she hadn't been holding her master's body, she would have rushed up and tore Blake's mouth to pieces. Why not? Isn't his name Tom Riddle? It's the same name as his muggle father, Blake said calmly. But his calm words frightened Rodolphus and the others. Voldemort was a half-blood wizard, and they all knew that. However, precisely because they knew how much Voldemort hated the other half of his muggle blood. Otherwise, Tom Riddle's name would not have been abandoned and changed to Voldemort. Only Rodolphus and those who followed Voldemort from the beginning would know his original name. However, Blake directly called Voldemort his shameful name and surname in front of him. It even specifically mentioned Voldemort's muggle father. This guy is useless. This is the true thought of several senior Death Eaters present. Sure enough, Voldemort burst out with a hoarse voice. You're looking for death, Blake Green. Go, capture him. Don't kill him right away. I want to kill him. It's better to die. Originally, Voldemort planned to test Blake cautiously because he seemed too calm and did not panic at all when he was caught. You know, how could he have a good ending if he offended himself like that and fell into his own hands? Why can he be so calm? However, Blake's erratic speech directly caused Voldemort's reason to be driven away by anger. I don't care what conspiracies and plans you have, at least you are in front of me now. You can be killed by me at any time. Upon hearing this, Rodolphus immediately pulled out his wand and rushed over. Little Barty also had a wand in his hand that Bella had just given him. Bella did not take action because she was still holding Voldemort's temporary body. All petrified, the spell comes instantly. Rodolphus followed Voldemort's orders and planned to control Blake first and then torture him. However, Blake just pulled up the corner of his robe and easily blocked the spell. With this power? You can't even break my clothes? Can you do that? A thin dog? Blake mocked. Get him, Voldemort urged angrily. Barty Jr. immediately joined the attack. Spells flew out of the wands in the hands of Rodolphus and Barty Jr. as if they were free of charge. He greeted Blake hard. Blake put his right hand on the wand of wishful thinking, preparing to kill these Death Eaters directly. Suddenly, Blake's movements froze, because he felt a familiar wave of magic power outside the door. Dracula! I draft Ma! Why did you choose this time to come? Voldemort is your father? Are you so protective of him? Blake knew that with the red cloak coming, he would not be able to kill Voldemort. Unless he is now the leader of the fourth natural disaster, he can be unscrupulous. But he comes as Blake now. Dracula will stop anyone from killing Voldemort, so he will definitely stop him when the time comes. Then can't you take action? If he breaks out with strong fighting power, then the weak image he created in the newspaper will directly collapse. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that if he explodes with all his strength, a strange creature like Dracula might recognize his magic power fluctuations and know that he is the leader of the fourth natural disaster. At that time, even if he killed everyone at the scene, he could not prevent his secret from being leaked. Because Dracula, an old man, always uses his clone when going out. Even if I kill his clone, the situation here will be directly controlled by Dracula. When the time comes, although you won't worry about retaliation if your identity is exposed, it will be very troublesome if the people around you are retaliated against. The enemy is in darkness, and we are in the clear, which is a very unfavorable situation. It is better not to take this risk. To put it another way, even if he was lucky enough not to be identified, he still killed Voldemort under Dracula's interference. That would also trigger revenge from the forces behind Dracula, because it was impossible for the forces behind Dracula to protect Voldemort for no reason. They must have their own plan. If they kill Voldemort in front of him, they will crush the other party's unknown plan in person. Then you will also offend this organization. When the time comes, the result will be no different from exposing your identity. So, Voldemort still can't die today. Dracula, I'm a fool. Blake's mind was racing, and he weighed the pros and cons in an instant. His hand that reached into his pocket also moved away from the wishful wand. At the moment when the curse was about to hit him, he took his hand out of his pocket. However, what was taken out was not the wand, but the Dama card. The moment the card was taken out, it burst into dazzling light. A light shield turned into a transparent cover, covering Blake directly. The spell hit this transparent cover, leaving only a few ripples on it. It was completely unable to break the cover. This is the card magic created by Blake himself. These cards were prepared by him to give lessons to the squibs of the Magic Text Association, but they were just in use now. The magic power of card magic comes from powerful ancient runes. As a master of alchemy, it is most appropriate for Blake to use this method to protect himself. Others will only think that Blake relies on external objects to protect himself, but not his own experience. In this way, he can still maintain the setting of his own body against the five scum while protecting himself. Rodolphus and Barty were stunned for a moment and immediately began to attack more violently. The protective shield had been crumbling, but it could not be broken, which shocked the two of them. Little Barty gritted his teeth and said, "Go on, this cover looks a lot thinner." Rodolphus also noticed this, nodded, and prepared to continue the attack. But at this moment, Blake drew another card from the pile of cards in his hand. The card spontaneously ignited without wind, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the protective shield. The protective shield that had become thin instantly became solid again. "How is this possible?" Rodolphus shouted in surprise. "You all go! Don't stop attacking! Bella, you go too." Voldemort's hoarse voice gave the latest order. Although Voldemort was crazy now, he was still shrewd. He immediately discovered the weakness of this barrier. That is, it cannot last long. As long as you keep attacking, it will definitely be worn away. Blake can only rely on cards to replenish the barrier's consumption. The cards in Blake's hand are not many. As long as it is consumed continuously, Blake's protective shield will not last long. Bella immediately put Voldemort on a chair aside, then pulled out her wand and attacked too. Sure enough, after Bella joined, the protective shield was consumed faster. Since their primary goal now is to crush Blake's turtle shell, explosive spells and crushing spells have also begun to take turns. The protective shield consumes much faster than just enduring small spells such as the coma spell. "Ha ha! You won't last long. I will crush all the bones in your body one by one with my own hands." Bella laughed crazily while attacking with all her strength. However, Blake's face didn't show the panic look Bella wanted to see. Moreover, instead of panicking, he calmly took out a stack of blank cards and a pen from his pocket. Then, he just wrote on the card as if no one else was watching. Just when the Death Eaters were wondering what he was doing, Blake threw away the newly written card, and then the protective shield was restored instantly. "Asshole!" Bella yelled angrily. "I thought that if several people attacked together, they would quickly consume all the strange cards in his hand. But I didn't expect that he could actually write that kind of card. In this case, if you want to break the protective shield, you must use up all the blank cards in the opponent's hand. However, that big pile of blank cards, it's very difficult to use up all of them. Not to mention, Blake now took out a large roll of blank parchment and used magic to turn the parchment into new blank cards. I don't know how this guy can carry so many things in his pockets. In this way, not to mention consuming all of Blake's cards, just consuming the existing pile of cards in his hand will tire them to death. Not to mention the newly obtained cards. "Stop it." Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded again. "Master, Bella glared at Blake unwillingly, wanting to step on his face with a hateful smile and rub it on the ground. "I say, stop," Voldemort said again. "Take me over there and let me see." Bella reluctantly stepped back, picked up Voldemort's temporary body, and then moved closer to Blake's shield. Rodolphus and Barty Jr. were guarding Voldemort with wands to prevent Blake inside from hurting Voldemort, who was currently in a weak state. "Don't worry, we can't break through his shield, and he can't break out either," Voldemort said calmly. After the fruitless attack just now, Voldemort calmed down. As he approached the shield, Voldemort stretched out his ugly and withered right hand. When Voldemort touched the protective shield, a ripple appeared on the protective shield at the same time. Ancient runes, protection, defend, demon immunity. That's amazing, Blake. I didn't expect that your talent in ancient runes is actually better than in NZ. His talent in black magic is even stronger. Voldemort stared closely at the young man in front of him. "No, this is actually an age limit. At my age, my magic power is too weak. If I were your age, I would definitely be better at black magic than you. But now, you can rely on ancient runes to protect your appearance." Seeing Blake's unruly expression, Voldemort suddenly changed the topic. "You let Rodolphus catch you on purpose. What was your purpose, Wangs? Find you and kill you." Blake said honestly. "Haha, just you?" Voldemort looked at him with disdain. In fact, if Dracula hadn't been watching, Lek would have been able to kill them. But now, we have to wait until next time. Tsk, it's all my fault for talking too much. Dracula didn't come so quickly. What if Avada shoots you as soon as you enter the door and then runs away immediately? It won't even take 10 seconds. When Dracula comes, I will be confused. Sigh, I still have to change this bad habit of pretending to compare. Blake thought so in his heart, but he didn't show any weakness. Yes, it's up to me. Haha, I think you must be planning to use yourself as bait to lure us out, and then delay the time so that the old immortal Dumbledore can follow, right? Few Old Demon said confidently. Wow, you actually guessed it. You're so awesome, Blake praised in a loud voice. Rodolphus said confidently, I have made a lot of arrangements. No matter how powerful Dumbledore is, there is no way he can track this place. Indeed, Dumbledore has no way of tracking this place, Blake admitted with a shrug. Then where do you get the confidence to come here and face me? Voldemort asked coldly. Haha, have you forgotten? I am an alchemist, Blake said as a small metal round cake appeared in his right hand. Then he dropped the small round cake on the ground, and the small round cake flashed with a faint blue light beam. Then a faint blue light door appeared in front of you. Tracking is too backward. As an alchemist, I always use teleportation. The light door flashed, and Dumbledore's tall and thin figure walked out. Open the door and release Dumbledore. Chapter 553. Grindelwald, is this disgusting creature Voldemort? In addition to the active transmission function, the transmission point studied by Blake also has a passive transmission function. The so-called passive transmission function refers to the transmission points that contact each other after one party issues an application. The other party's teleportation point can receive a prompt, and then the holder of the teleportation point can choose whether to accept the transmission. What Blake did just now was to send a teleportation request to the teleportation point in Dumbledore's hand. Blake, who mastered the dimensional gate, would generally not take the initiative to issue a teleportation request to Dumbledore. That's why Dumbledore felt that something was wrong. Moreover, the riots on his side have basically been quelled. Therefore, Dumbledore basically accepted the application without hesitation. Then he came over like this. Immediately afterwards, he saw the Lestranges and little Barty. The key is, Dumbledore looked at the strange creature in Bella's arms. Even though Tom had become like this, he still immediately recognized who it was. Dumbledore looked around at the scene around him, and he had a rough guess about what happened here before. Tom, it's been so long since I last saw you, your appearance has changed again, Dumbledore said softly. Then he glanced at Blake again, feeling extremely shocked. Even if Blake basically destroyed all the Horcruxes, even Voldemort, who he couldn't find, was actually found by Blake. However, now is not the time to ask questions. Now Voldemort was so weakly exposed in front of him. As long as he destroys Voldemort, the world will become peaceful again. Thinking of this, Dumbledore felt a surge of great joy in his heart. Of course, that would require Grindelwald not to cause trouble. But whether he would cause trouble or not would be a matter for the future. Come on, Barty exclaimed immediately when he saw Dumbledore. With Dumbledore here, the three of them cannot defeat him no matter what. The most important thing is to take Voldemort away quickly before Dumbledore can react. Otherwise, the Master will be in danger. When Bella heard this, she knew she couldn't delay, so she quickly hugged Voldemort's temporary body tightly and began to apparate directly. Kaito. When she turned around in a circle, she discovered to her embarrassment that she was not where she was. Apparition actually doesn't work. Impossible. When did an anti-apparition spell be set up here? You obviously just arrived. Bella screamed desperately. Oh, it wasn't set up by Professor Dumbledore. It was done by me. 520. Don't you think that I am really tired of defending here for you to fight? I am waiting for the card spell. It works. What are you waiting for? Blake said. A few cards in his hand just disappeared. Obviously, it was those disappearing cards that completed such an anti-apparition spell, making it impossible for them to escape again. Dumbledore glanced at Blake approvingly. You are very thoughtful, Blake. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to keep track. No way. They are so good at running away. I had to set up some measures in advance. This was not easy to do originally, but fortunately, they talked a lot of nonsense. Ah, by the way, I have to thank you, Mr. Lestrange. If you hadn't led the way, I really wouldn't have been able to find Tom's location. Hearing Blake's words, Rodolphus's face turned dark. It's over. I've become the mole. He didn't even need to turn around. He could already feel Bella's crazy eyes staring at him. He couldn't even imagine what kind of punishment he would suffer if he could escape this time. It's all Blake Green's fault. Even if you lied to me, why do you have to bring it up again to remind the Masters? It's so heartbreaking to kill people. In fact, it was difficult for Blake to take action because of Dracula's presence. So if he wanted to escape from the three Death Eaters without exposing his strength, there were only two ways. The first was to summon Dumbledore directly. With Dumbledore there, he would be safe without taking action. The second was to bet on whether Dracula would save him. Because he was the target of Dracula's wooing, he would not watch Voldemort kill him. It was the same as he could not sit back and watch himself kill Voldemort. However, it was still very risky to let Dracula save him. Not to mention that Dracula might wait until he was tortured to death before coming out to save his life, so as to improve his favorability in front of him. Let's say Dracula was too bothersome and saved him directly, and then gave him a bite so that he could become his first embrace or something and become a vampire slave. For Dracula, this was also a successful recruitment, and it was even the most loyal one. If Dracula really wanted to bite him, Blake would have to be exposed even if he didn't want to. Therefore, the best option was the first one, to summon Dumbledore directly. Moreover, once Dumbledore came, the probability of Grindelwald appearing, was as high as 99.9%. With the two big guys appearing, why would he be needed as a DPS? He only needed to use card magic to assist. Sure enough, when everyone was in a stalemate, a figure walked out of the light gate again. Grindelwald looked around and couldn't help but whistled. Ha! It's so lively. Could this disgusting creature be the madman called Voldemort? Voldemort stared at Grindelwald angrily. Damn, if I hadn't been resurrected yet, I would have killed you, old man. Voldemort regretted for the first time that he didn't listen to his subordinate's advice and just find the blood of an enemy to resurrect first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to suffer such grievances. Disgusting creature? How dare he say that to me? Professor, they started the riot just to lure you away and then catch me and beat me to death. Blake pointed with her little hand and began to complain. What did you say? Grindelwald immediately glared at Dumbledore. Old man, didn't you say it was foolproof? Why didn't you send someone to protect Blake? Dumbledore snorted and didn't respond to Grindelwald's question. With Blake's ability, does he need someone to protect him? Of course, he didn't say it, but just glanced at Grindelwald lightly, and then turned his attention to Tom again. Hiss. Old man, are you using Blake as bait? Good. I knew you, an old bastard, could do such a thing. Grindelwald misunderstood directly, thinking that this was another plan of Dumbledore. Dumbledore continued to ignore Grindelwald's rebuke, turned to Voldemort and said, Tom, you can't leave today. It's time to end it all. As he said that, Dumbledore pulled out his wand. Grindelwald also pulled out his wand while cursing. Although he was very unhappy, it was important to get rid of Voldemort, the madman. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, feeling a kind of joy after all the hard work. Voldemort's Horcruxes had been completely destroyed. As long as he was killed here, he could completely eliminate this dark devil. With himself here, and Grindelwald, who would not allow anyone to hurt Blake, today would be the end of Voldemort. Blake's mouth corners slightly raised, quietly retreating behind the two big guys. On the opposite side, compared with the panicked Bella and the others, Voldemort was still very calm. This calmness, on the one hand, was because he didn't know that all his Horcruxes had been destroyed, and he thought he was still immortal. On the other hand, it was because he knew that the powerful Red Cloak would never let him die. He hadn't collected the value he wanted from him yet. Sure enough, just when Dumbledore started to act, a figure in a red cloak suddenly appeared in front of Voldemort. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who were originally sure of winning, immediately stopped. They both felt an extremely dangerous aura from the red cloak. "No, he can go," I said. The red cloak said in a deep voice. Dumbledore, Ned Grindelwald attacked at the same time. Even the red cloak did not dare to confront. In fact, if he really had to fight two people alone, he would definitely lose. However, if it takes some time to let Voldemort escape, his clone can still do it. Boom! The battle breaks out instantly. The spells suddenly collided together. The magic power fluctuated, and the ground began to become violent. "Let's go," Voldemort said decisively. "You can't leave." Of course, Blake couldn't paddle directly with his hands free. Around him, he didn't know when, there were hundreds of cards floating in the air. Blake tapped a card in front of him, and then a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It struck Voldemort's head like a wolf. "Armor protection," Bella screamed and used the armor spell to block her head. Boom! With just one blow, the iron armor curse was broken. "Kill him," Bella shouted. "They have to run out of the range of the anti-apparition spell immediately, and then escape." Now they no longer care about Voldemort's order to torture Blake. If they don't kill Blake, they will be held back and unable to escape. Blake's card magic is so weird. When Rodolphus heard this, he immediately rushed forward. He knew that he had made a big mistake, and now he just wanted to get rid of Blake quickly and make amends. Otherwise, even if you successfully escape, you will still have to be lit by Voldemort. In addition, because Blake wanted to attack, he had already stepped out of the protective shield he had put up just now. So to deal with Blake, now is the best chance. Avada Kedavra! Rodolphus, who had no scruples, raised his hand and cast the death curse. Blake clicked on a card in front of him again, and the card instantly turned into a stone shield, blocking his face. Boom! The spell hit the shield and caused stone fragments to fly. Blake calmly clicked on a card again, and then several ice picks instantly appeared in front of him. As soon as the ice pick appeared, it shot directly towards Rodolphus. Bump, bump, bump! Rodolphus's 3 consecutive armor spells were shattered. In the end, an ice pick stuck into his right leg. "Ah!" Rodolphus screamed and fell to the ground. Blake waved his right hand, and the cards floating around him immediately began to spin rapidly around him. Countless fireballs, ice picks, and wind knives just flew towards the people on the opposite side. Bella, little Barty, and Rodolphus lying on the ground were shocked. They can't resist so many attacks. These cards are really weird. With these cards, Blake, a scumbag, can actually overwhelm 3 of his own party and blast. Bump, bump, bump! All attacks were blocked by a red shadow. It turns out that Red Cloak has been staring here all along. After discovering that something is at stake here, at nightfall, the Red Cloak endured a spell from Dumbledore and rushed over quickly to help them withstand an attack. At this time, Dracula's evaluation of Blake has once again risen to a new level. He is also proficient in alchemy, so he can naturally see that what is written on these cards are ancient runes. Before today, he had never thought that ancient runes could be used in this way. With these cards written in ancient runes, even a boy like Blake was able to beat up 3 experienced black marketeers. Blake, who invented card magic, is simply a genius among geniuses. Until now, Dracula has fully understood why the organization spared no effort to recruit this young man. When Dracula saw Bella and the others preparing to continue attacking Blake, he immediately stopped them. He waved his hand and said, "Hurry up, Don't delay. Just kidding. How could such a precious talent like Blake let them hurt him? Bella and the others also made a prompt decision. When they saw the opportunity, they immediately ran away with Voldemort's temporary body in their arms. On the ground, Rodolphus covered his legs and watched helplessly as his wife and colleagues ran away. No, I haven't gotten in the car yet. However, it is of Ios that Rodolphus has been regarded as an outcast. With his legs and feet injured, he could no longer escape the range of the anti-apparition curse. Bella and the others left him behind without hesitation. After the Death Eaters escaped with Voldemort, the red-cloaked Dracula immediately faced a huge challenge from the fierce man. Boom! Dracula decisively transforms into the Vampire King. In this form, he is many times more powerful than before. But still could only be beaten wildly by 3 people. If Blake hadn't only used card magic, his clone would have been beaten to pieces. But even if that were the case, his clone wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After he finally sensed Bella and the others running out of the restricted area, he apparated away directly. He just jumped into the sky and wanted to run away quickly. However, how could Blake, who secretly hated him for ruining her own good deeds, let him escape? Blake took out 3 purple cards and threw them into the air. Boom, boom. 3 huge bolts of lightning struck directly on Dracula's clone. The atmosphere of ancient magic filled the scene. Yes, these 3 cards are magic cards drawn by Blake using the power of ancient magic. In order to withstand the power of ancient magic, the blank cards are made of special materials. Therefore, these 3 thunder and lightning are equivalent to 3 ancient Kwangfa attacks. Dracula's clone was already severely injured, but now it was chopped down from the sky. Even in the clone, Dracula's consciousness was instantly cleared by the thunder and lightning. He didn't even have time to realize who killed his clone. Blake looked at the slightly burnt body of the Vampire King in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. A clone of a Vampire King, let's use it as interest. Rodolphus watched in shock as the arrogant Red Cloak was killed instantly. Everyone was numb with fear. He couldn't help it. He didn't know that this was just a clone. In his eyes, it was this extremely powerful Red Cloak, and he was killed by Blake like this. So, what do you say? Blake held a card and looked at him with a smile. Fuck, you have Grindelwald on your left, Dumbledore on your right, and you are so fierce. What else can I say? I surrender. Rodolphus said simply. Chapter 5 and 54. These are the real vampires. Still chasing? Grindelwald asked. I can't catch him anymore. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. It looked like it would succeed, but unexpectedly, it failed in the end. This was the best opportunity to kill Voldemort that he had gotten in so many years. It's a pity that I didn't grasp it. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. Who would have thought that such a powerful creature would suddenly appear to stop them? Dumbledore leaned down to examine the body of the Vampire Lord's clone, his brows furrowed tightly. You come and take a look too, Dumbledore greeted. Grindelwald walked over and carefully observed the creatures in front of him. It's true. This thing is similar to the vampire that appeared in Nurmengard. Strictly speaking, it is much stronger. Dumbledore felt a little heavy. Before Voldemort could be eliminated, another mutated vampire appeared. The one in Nurmengard last time, he thought was just a simple mutated individual. And now, an individual that is more than 10 times stronger than the last one has appeared. It can be basically concluded that this is a new ethnic group. But why have I never heard of this new ethnic group before? Well, compared with these mutated individuals, the so-called vampires in the wizarding world can be said to be all trash. Grindelwald commented unceremoniously. Blake suddenly interjected. I have studied the differences between these 2 types of vampires in depth. Dumbledore and Grindelwald both set their sights on Blake. They all know that the vampire who was in Nurmengard was taken away by Blake. It is normal for Blake to have studied it. What's the difference between them? Grindelwald asked first. It's like this. For the sake of comparison in the experiment, I first bought some ordinary vampire blood on the black market and then went back and compared it with this mutant individual. Finally, I found, rather than saying that this mutated individual is a mutated vampire, it is better to say that this is a real vampire, and those ordinary vampires exposed to people are actually just some poor people infected with the virus. Moreover, the virus in ordinary vampires comes from this mutant. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. In other words, ordinary vampires in the wizarding world are all infected by these mutants, just like werewolves? There is still a difference. Blake shook his head and said, "The werewolf virus can turn a wizard into a werewolf. This transformation does not have any attenuation. As long as you are infected, you will be another werewolf. After transforming into a werewolf, your power will not diminish. The difference in strength between werewolves is only caused by the difference in physique. But vampires, this kind of vampire infection is not a 100% transformation. Ordinary infected vampires are like giving ordinary wizards a permanent negative state. Ordinary vampires will never be able to grow into such a transformed individual." Grindelwald asked doubtfully. "Then why do they want to infect so many ordinary vampires? Do they want to recruit subordinates? But, after being infected into vampires, these people are stronger than when they were wizards. Too weak, some of them can't even defeat muggles. So if you use this method to recruit your subordinates, you can only get a bunch of losers, so what's the point?" Blake said, "After my research, I found that the blood of ordinary vampires has a beneficial effect on the blood of these mutant individuals. In other words, the greatest possibility is that they are not the subordinates of mutant individuals, but food." "Are you saying that these mutated individuals infected ordinary vampires and used them as food?" Dumbledore was greatly shocked by this conclusion. Blake nodded and said, "Yes. To be precise, they raise these ordinary vampires, just like the chickens, ducks, and fish raised by humans, for food. According to my research, the benefits of the blood of normal plea or creatures to these mutants are far lower than the blood of these ordinary vampires. That is to say, they let these ordinary vampires filter their blood and then provide them with food, just like cows that eat grass and produce milk. So, strictly speaking, these mutated individuals are the real vampires, and the vampires we generally think of are actually more appropriately called blood slaves. They suck the blood of these blood slaves, but they will not let these blood slaves die, and these blood slaves can also reproduce offspring, and the offspring they reproduce are also blood slaves. It's just like a curse. Plus, the lifespan of these blood slaves will be much longer than that of ordinary people, so for this small number of real vampires, this is an endless source of food. I don't know why. Such real vampires rarely appear in people's sight. However, in some Muggle legends, the deeds of these real vampires have been actually recorded. This is also Gryffindor. It shows that they have not left no traces in human history." After Blake finished speaking, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald fell silent. They have lived for so long, but they have not noticed that there is such a terrifying creature hiding in the dark corner. If it weren't for chance, they might never even encounter such a real vampire in their lives. Every individual has such a powerful ability, but it has always been hidden in the dark and rarely appears in the world. If you say that they have no plan, even children will not believe it. What Dumbledore is worried about is that these monsters that were never born suddenly appeared today. Does that mean that some of their conspiracy is about to be launched? The conspiracy that he has endured for so many years and launched is absolutely earth-shattering. What's more, these monsters have obviously formed an alliance with Voldemort. In order to save Voldemort, they actually gave up the life of a powerful individual. This was enough to make Dumbledore think that their intentions were too big. Of course, if Dracula knew what Dumbledore was thinking, he would protest crazily. What a bullshit conspiracy. Mad, my clone. This wave of blood loss. The last time this kind of monster appeared, we didn't pay attention to it. We really shouldn't have. Dumbledore said melancholy. Looking at his appearance, there seemed to be more wrinkles on his face. He was already old, and he had originally thought that while he still had the strength, he would quickly deal with the Dark Lord Voldemort and then restore a peaceful world to the wizarding world. But now it seems it's not that simple. In addition to Voldemort, there is actually a new group of monsters. Thinking of this, Dumbledore's head started to hurt..." "Blake, are all of these monsters so powerful? Grindelwald asked, looking at the corpses on the ground. Probably not. I have studied that the strength of this kind of creature depends entirely on the blood in the body. Well, maybe they are a kind of creature more suitable for pure blood supremacy. In other words, the purer the blood, the more powerful. However, according to the law of biological reproduction, the older the age, the number of individuals with pure blood will only become smaller and smaller. This can be compared with the current pure blood families. Therefore, there shouldn't be many powerful vampire individuals. Blake pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, "To prove whether this view is correct, just let me compare the purity of the blood of this vampire individual with the previous individual, and I can draw a conclusion. After all, the total amount of vampire blood in the body of those ordinary vampires is not even as much as a drop of blood from the original vampire." Blake said this, on the one hand, because he had studied Dracula's clone before. On the other hand, he wanted to find an excuse to put away the corpse of the vampire king. Blake also knew what Dumbledore was worried about, and he probably knew more. Vampires lie, Dracula may not have any conspiracy. The one who really has a plan should be the organization behind him. According to Blake's observation, Dracula and the monsters under him are just errands for this organization. As a minions, not every vampire is so strong. In fact, the only one who is truly powerful is Dracula's clone. The other minions were all bastards, and even Ariana had killed many of them. As for Dracula's clone, if Blake guessed correctly, there shouldn't be many left. Otherwise, if there are endless clones of Dracula, then he is no longer an errand boy. He should be the boss of this organization. Dumbledore relaxed a little after hearing Blake's explanation. No matter how difficult it is, you still have to persevere. Besides, he is no longer alone. If others don't know Blake's level, doesn't he know it? Suddenly, Dumbledore's eyebrows twitched, remembering Blake's behavior of hiding his strength from the outside world. Could it be that he has actually noticed the dangerous situation in the future? By doing this, he is actually planning for the situation he is about to face? There is no doubt that Blake's powerful combat power can have a powerful impact on turning the tide of the battle at any time. But now that he has hidden this kind of combat power, isn't he just guarding against something? Otherwise, why would he need to hide his powerful strength? Once the situation gets bad in the future, he, a scumbag who hides his strength, will definitely be ignored by the enemy. For such a powerful combat force to be ignored, it would be a huge oversight for the enemy. Thinking of this, Dumbledore looked at Blake with a different expression. Ding! Extremely excited emotions detected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a diamond treasure chest. Suddenly, a big treasure chest exploded, and Blake couldn't help but glance at the three people in front of him. Blake immediately saw Dumbledore's excited expression. No, what did Dumbledore think of again? Why is he so excited? However, since it has been shipped, there is no need to investigate how it came about, right? After Dumbledore figured it out, he felt much happier. With Blake, who had a promising future, what did he have to worry about? Even if he can't restore peace to the wizarding world after his death, Blake can naturally take over for him. In this regard, I have strong confidence in Blake and Dumbledore. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. We still have some things to figure out. After Dumbledore recovered, he focused his attention on Rodolphus. Did you start tonight's riot? Yes, Rodolphus answered simply, because he was the one who brought Blake back tonight. He was also the one who brought Dumbledore. Therefore, Voldemort would never let him go. Rather than being tortured to death by Voldemort, it would be better to tell the truth and go back to Azkaban to squat. I heard that all the Dementors in Azkaban are gone now. Maybe it will be much more comfortable to go back to Azkaban now than to wander around with Voldemort. What's the purpose? Dumbledore asked. The first purpose is to capture Harry Potter, and the second purpose is to capture Blake Green. The Dark Lord wants to capture Harry Potter because he wants to use Harry Potter's blood resurrected. Later, I found that there were too many people around Harry Potter, so we set our target on Blake Green. Because he had betrayed the Dark Lord hated him extremely and wanted to torture him to death, so. Rodolphus explained things eloquently, including what he asked and what he didn't ask. The main thing was cooperation. I didn't expect that Blake Green would be prepared and be captured by me on purpose. After I captured him, he brought you here. Dumbledore was very satisfied with Rodolphus's cooperation, and then asked, "Who are the participants in your riot tonight?" Rodolphus said, "One part is the dark wizard I hired from Nocturne Alley, whose specific name is unknown, and the other part is in charge of Lucius Malfoy." Lucius Malfoy? Yes, I asked him to launch a riot tonight. As for how he launched it, I don't know who was involved. Rodolphus answered honestly. After Blake heard Lucius Malfoy's name, he knew that this guy would have to go to Azkaban a year early. To be precise, this is pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. If Lucius Malfoy is caught, a lot of former Death Eaters will definitely have to be confessed. However, this is also a good thing. Catching these guys is equivalent to weakening Voldemort's power in advance. Of course, we have to guard against Voldemort being imprisoned after his resurrection. Dumbledore, I said everything. Can I? Dumbledore said, "The Wizengamot Tribunal will give you the punishment you deserve based on your crime, but if the information you provide is correct, your punishment will be reduced accordingly. Of course, you know what you have done. If you are too optimistic, don't count on it." Yes, I understand. Dumbledore said to Blake, "First, cancel the anti-apparition spells around you. It's time to contact the Ministry of Magic." Blake nodded, put away Dracula's clone, and then canceled the counterspell. Immediately afterwards, Dumbledore took out a magic address book and started to communicate. After a while, Old Barty appeared here with a group of Ministry of Magic employees. After a while, Amelia and Sirius also arrived here with some proud wearers. Now that Rodolphus is here, it will be much easier to handle many things. Amelia took Rodolphus aside and interrogated him again. When Blake saw more and more people, he greeted Dumbledore and then left the place. He is no longer needed here. And leaving with him was Grindelwald. When returning to the tent, Grindelwald suddenly looked at Blake with stern eyes. "Blake, there must be something you haven't told that old fool Dumbledore clearly, right? I know a lot of things, but I still can't let him know." "But you can definitely tell me." Chapter 55 Grindelwald. What? Am I a good person now? Blake grabbed Grindelwald and said, "You come with me." Grindelwald only felt that the scenery in front of him changed, and his position changed from the original tent door to a room that he had never been to before. This room is located in subspace and is an absolutely secret place. Only in the new space opened up by this system can Blake ensure absolute safety. The two of them pulled up 2 chairs and sat down casually. "Professor, actually even if you don't ask, I plan to tell you something," Blake said seriously. Seeing Blake being so serious, Grindelwald couldn't help but sit up straight. "Actually, I have already fought against these monsters as the leader of the 4th natural disaster a long time ago." Then, Blake told Grindelwald as much as he could about the previous battles with the Red Cloaks. "It is precisely because the leader who calls himself Dracula always uses a clone when he is outside. I have to hide my own strength and try my best to stay away from my identity as the leader of the 4th natural disaster. Otherwise, if my identity is exposed, although I am not afraid of them, the people around me are not completely sure to protect themselves when facing these guys." After listening to Blake's story, Grindelwald fell into deep thought. Such a powerful vampire individual is actually just a clone, and a vampire with such a powerful clone is just an errand boy. This shows how complex the forces behind them are. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder that someone as powerful as Blake has to hide his capabilities and bide his time for the safety of his family and friends. After a moment of silence, Blake added, "I don't plan to tell Professor Dumbledore these things, because it involves a lot. I don't want him to know B9. Grindelwald smiled and said, "For example, the 4th natural disaster of your secret organization? Haha, I also think it's better if you don't tell him. He is too sensitive to these things." Blake sighed. "You can't blame Professor Dumbledore for this. After all, once he was bitten by a snake, he was afraid of the rope for 10 years. What's more, he was bitten twice." Grindelwald touched his newly grown beard somewhat uncomfortably. As Blake said, Dumbledore was bitten twice, one of which was his contribution. Ahem. So how do you plan to respond? When can you officially fight back? Pretending to be weak is not the answer. Grindelwald changed the subject. We know nothing about this organization now. It's almost impossible to break into it from the outside, Blake said with a frown. Oh, then you want to lurk in like you did to Voldemort before? But how to lurk? It is not an easy thing to break into this kind of organization, Grindelwald worriedly said. He had been involved in the Kongbu organization before, and of course he knew that it was very difficult to gain the trust of such an organization. In fact, the opportunity has come a long time ago. Blake smiled and said, "The Dracula clone we killed today. In fact, I have been exchanging letters with him before. He wanted to win me over, but I have been discussing alchemy with him without giving him a chance to speak out." Oh, that's right. If that organization is ambitious, of course they won't let a talent like you go. Grindelwald suddenly realized that Blake, unlike him and Dumbledore, still did not have a clear camp. In other words, he is still very young. He is as young as a blank sheet of paper, which creates the illusion that anyone can easily brainwash him at this age. It was around this age when little Barty was brainwashed by Voldemort. Therefore, as long as you subdue him as early as possible, his loyalty will definitely be much higher than if you join as an adult. Moreover, Blake is only this age and has unlimited potential. Everyone can see that his future achievements will definitely not stop here. Moreover, such a talent who can invent a variety of powerful tools that bring convenience is a bonus. If he were the top executive of this organization, he would definitely not let go of Blake's talent. Wait, Grindelwald suddenly said, "That Dracula, we killed him today. Although it was just a clone, considering that you have consumed so many of his points before, he's pregnant, then he must have suffered a lot of injuries this time. Then when will he recover and contact you again?" "It won't be long," Blake said confidently. "If I were him, I would definitely take this opportunity to get more benefits from the senior management. As long as the senior management of their organization can understand it clearly, they will not be stingy. A little benefit. With the benefit, his clone should be restored soon." Moreover, he did sacrifice so much in order to complete the mission. If the top management of their organization didn't show any expression at all, Dracula's loyalty would definitely be lost. No one would let a person with outstanding ability become so weak just because of a small profit of the hearts of his men. Grindelwald breathed a sigh of relief. "That's true. Well, actually, I'm also curious about such an obscure but in fact very powerful organization. You said, they won't. Will you look for me just like you?" Blake thought about it carefully and then added, "Probably not." "Why not? They are even looking for a half-dead lunatic like Voldemort. How am I inferior to that lunatic?" Grindelwald was very dissatisfied with this. "I guess they may have some plan to launch soon. If you were still the same Grindelwald as before, they might ask you to cooperate, but now you—" Blake began to shake his head. "What's wrong with me now?" Grindelwald asked, dissatisfied. "You're a good man now, Professor." Blake smiled. "What? I'm a good person?" Grindelwald looked at Blake in shock. To be honest, this is the first time in his life that he has been called a good person. "How can I be a good person?" Grindelwald shouted, dissatisfied. "Professor Dumbledore will not cooperate with heinous villains," Blake said with a smile. "You see, although Professor Dumbledore is verbally dissatisfied with you and often verbally attacks you, he doesn't mind cooperating with you at all. You forgot? He also invited you to help quell the riot. If you were a bad guy like Voldemort, do you think he would call you? Maybe you will be the first one he wants to deal with." Grindelwald retreats tactically, and the color circle begins. How can I be a good person? However, when he recalled what he had done after coming out, building schools, and establishing welfare organizations, then he fell silent. "It seems everything I did was indeed good. Now I'm even a saint enough to stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at Dumbledore. I also robbed Gringotts' treasury." Grindelwald muttered about the one thing he did that could barely be considered a bad thing after he was released from prison. "I did it too. I even came up with your plan to rob Gringotts and the core technology," Blake said, spreading his hands. "But I don't think that cheating on those nasty goblins is a bad thing at all." "Well?" Grindelwald sighed helplessly. Is it still too late for me to do something bad now? Oh, are you willing? Blake asked with a smile. Aye. Grindelwald remembered that in these days, when people saw him, they no longer had the same sense of resistance as before. Wherever he went, people expressed their gratitude to him. These days are indeed much more enjoyable than when I was the Dark Lord. Who wants to be scolded behind their backs when they can be praised by others? After all, not everyone is crazy like Voldemort. What's more, Grindelwald really feels that he is old now. His original ambitions have been completely extinguished since he was imprisoned in Nurmengard by Dumbledore himself. Forget it, I'm not a good person. Even if I do some good things, in the eyes of some people, it's all for ulterior motives. Grindelwald said tiredly, not knowing. He remembered something. The track of the wheel has no regard for the heart. At the very least, you now have made a much greater contribution to this world than you who were imprisoned in Nurmengard. Blake shook his head. By the way, although I don't think they will come to you, but I'm not afraid of 10,000. I'm just afraid of what might happen if they really come to you for cooperation. I know what to do. Grindelwald nodded. Anyway, you still have to be careful. Don't worry, from today on, everyone knows that you and I are close. If they want to reassure you, they won't touch me openly. Okay, we should go back. If that old fool sees ninnies. Without you, it's time to send me another shouting letter. 1. Since you haven't seen the mysterious man with your own eyes, how can you make me believe that the mysterious man is coming back? In the temporary tent of the Ministry of Magic outside the World Cup, Sui was asking Amelie Bones with a serious face. But we have eyewitnesses, Professor Dumbledore, Blake Green, Grindelwald. We even captured Rodolphus alive. Rodolphus's testimony said the same. Why don't we believe it? Amelie argued hard. However, Fudge then waved his hand. A dim-eyed old man, a young child, and a former Dark Lord. How do you expect me to believe their words? By the way, Rodolphus is just a lunatic who escaped from prison. His brain has been tortured by Dementors for a long time. As early as in Azkaban, he was always shouting that his master would come back. So, what he said is even more unbelievable. He just used these rhetoric to incite those former Death Eaters to help him cause trouble. Now, he uses this rhetoric to exonerate himself. In the final analysis, none of us from the Ministry of Magic have seen the mysterious man with our own eyes. How do you expect me to believe it? 5 minutes later, Amelia was unexpectedly asked out of the tent by Fudge. It's unbelievable. Why doesn't Fudge believe this fact with solid evidence? Does he have to believe it only when the mysterious man stands in front of him? Amelia said angrily. At this time, old Batty, who walked out of the tent together, suddenly said, according to Fudge's character, he will definitely say that. But why? Amelia asked doubtfully. You are still young, Miss Bones. When you stay in the ministry for a longer time, you will understand. Old Barty said, and left here. There was a riot tonight, and there was still a lot of mess waiting for him to clean up. He really didn't have time to explain to Amelia. In the tent, Fudge sat alone on a chair, frowning tightly. Does he really not believe that the mysterious man is back? Of course not. Although Fudge slandered Dumbledore on the surface, in fact, he knew Dumbledore's character better than anyone else. For example, Dumbledore once said that riots might occur in the World Cup, and now it has indeed happened. Therefore, even Dumbledore said so, that mysterious man must have returned in some form. The return of the mysterious man is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Fudge. The Minister of Magic in peacetime is the best person to be. The mysterious man is really going to come back, and he will be a shitty Minister of Magic. When the time comes, the first thing the mysterious man will do is the Minister of Magic. However, when he listened to Amelia's report, he noticed a detail. That is, the mysterious man is very weak now, so weak that he cannot make a strong comeback. Therefore, his best approach is not to admit that the mysterious man is back, and let the wizarding world continue to maintain peace. As for whether the weak mysterious man will be resurrected, Fudge believes that Dumbledore will not just sit idly by. The mysterious man is so weak now, he believes that Dumbledore and Grindelwald will destroy them soon. Therefore, there is no need for him to let the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding world fall into turmoil again, for the sake of this madman who will soon die completely. It's better to pretend not to know. Abeldo and the others will quickly use this great opportunity. In the end, the world was still at peace, and his Ministry of Magic didn't even need to give the annoying Dumbledore any reward, even verbal praise, and his position as Minister of Magic will still be as stable as before. The plan works. The tiring night is over. Early in the morning, on day 3.7, news that was more sensational than who would win the World Cup was spread through the Daily Prophet. Soon, wizards all over the world knew about the violence, which was not small in scale but was calmed down in time. The instigators of the riot were the Lestrange couple who escaped from Azkaban, and those who followed the instructions of the Lestranges and directly launched the riots were mostly former Death Eaters who claimed that they were under the Imperious Curse when they joined the Death Eaters. Dozens of former Death Eaters and Dark Wizards were arrested on the spot and thrown into Azkaban without even a trial. Although Lucius Malfoy was not arrested on the spot, because of Rodolphus's testimony, the Aurors still arrested him directly in his tent. Moreover, the Aurors also found the same mask and black cloak in his tent as those of the rioters. Then, Lucius was imprisoned more than a year early. When Blake saw the news in the newspaper, he made a rough calculation. Then it was discovered that before Voldemort was resurrected, all his men were imprisoned in Azkaban. It's a pity that the British Ministry of Magic rarely imposes the death penalty. Even a heinous dark wizard like Rodolphus was only sentenced to life imprisonment. Therefore, if Voldemort attacks Azkaban after his resurrection, these guys will still return to Voldemort's hands. Blake looked at the camera and production line in his subspace. Now, he can produce hundreds of completely tamed Dementors in one day. How about, put these things back in Azkaban? I want to see how he can break into Azkaban under the defense of my modified Dementors. Chapter 556, 4-Strong Tournament. Grindelwald, what the hell are you? Rodolphus, who was relaxing in Azkaban, only had a few days of leisure before he fell from heaven to hell again. Because I don't know why, those Dementors who have been gone for a long time are back. Fudge, who had always been worried about the defense of Azkaban without Dementors, accepted these Dementors again without much thought. In his opinion, the last rebellion of these Dementors was caused by someone deliberately, and it was these Dementors who wanted to rebel. Therefore, as long as the safety measures are strengthened, these Dementors will still be useful. They are the best candidates to serve as jailers. At this time, those prisoners who had been comfortable in Azkaban for a while were plunged into purgatory again. In this regard, there is almost no opposition from the outside world. After all, there is no death penalty in the wizarding world. It is generally believed that these heinous prisoners should stay in Azkaban and be tortured by these monsters for the rest of their lives to pay the price for their sins. Otherwise, it is not as good as using everyone's money. What difference does it make to provide them with old age care? Fudge learned the lesson this time and spent some money to ask Grindelwald to personally take action to strengthen the protective measures in Azkaban. This way, the Dementors should not be so easy to riot. Originally, Grindelwald planned to refuse. After all, although he was very good at black magic, he didn't know much about dark creatures like Dementors. However, Blake contacted Grindelwald directly and told him not to refuse. Then he used an owl to send an alchemy item to Grindelwald. Blake also claimed in the attachment that this alchemical item could protect against Dementor riots. Out of trust in Blake, Grindelwald accepted Fudge's request, and then placed the alchemy tool directly in the habitat of the Dementors in Azkaban. When putting the Dementors back, Blake asked the house elves lurking in the Ministry of Magic to keep an eye on Fudge's movements. Therefore, the information that he was planning to request Grindelwald to take action was promptly learned. These Dementors have all been transformed and subdued by Blake. They are completely different from the previous ones and are impossible to riot. Therefore, Grindelwald only needs to pretend to arrange things in Azkaban. Even if he completes the task, the benefits Fudge gave Grindelwald are equivalent to getting them in vain. As for the alchemy prop, it is actually a hidden teleportation point and alarm. Even if Voldemort doesn't come to save his men, Once Azkaban is attacked, Lake will get the news as soon as possible. Then he rushed over as the leader of the fourth natural disaster. When the time came, he wanted Tom to see why the flowers were so red. After the riot occurred, the Netmaster world was lively for a while. Especially when people discovered that most of the arrested wizards were former Death Eaters, it inevitably aroused some speculation. However, Fudge found a way to stop this kind of public opinion before it arose. After Fudge finally controlled public opinion, he understood that it was time to divert people's attention. As for how to divert people's attention from this matter, there happens to be such a thing right now. The Ministry is currently discussing whether to restart this matter. Without much thought, Fudge immediately made up his mind. Restart. Must restart. Otherwise, how will the public's attention be diverted? So Dumbledore had only been free at home for a few days when he received a letter from Fudge for the first time in a long time. The meaning of the letter is very simple. That is, Fudge said that he needs to discuss something with Dumbledore and hopes that he can come to the Ministry of Magic to discuss it with him. Dumbledore didn't say anything else, and didn't care about Fudge's previous distrust of him. He went directly to the Ministry of Magic after reading the letter. By the time Dumbledore arrived at Fudge's office, Grindelwald had already arrived. Fudge was talking to Grindelwald with a somewhat flattering smile. Dumbledore remembered that Fudge had the same expression when he was talking to him, but now it's completely different. Everyone can see that Dumbledore's status has now been replaced by Grindelwald. As a backer, compared to Dumbledore's inflexibility, Grindelwald is indeed more suitable for an ambitious power slave like Fudge. "Oh, Albus, you're here. Please sit down. What would you like to drink?" The flattering smile on Fudge's face disappeared. "Just have a cup of tea." Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald and sat on the chair farthest away from him with some disgust. Grindelwald just drank his coffee calmly, not paying attention to Dumbledore's actions at all. After the Ministry of Magic staff brought a cup of tea, Fudge went straight to the point. "We plan to restart the Four-Wizard Tournament this year. As the first year of the restart of the event, we have decided to host the event at Hogwarts." "Wait," Dumbledore interrupted Fudge. "Isn't it the Tri-Wizard Tournament? How can it be the top four?" Dumbledore suddenly stopped talking. "Grindelwald is here, and he also opened a magic academy. How could he not intervene in something like the Tri-Wizard Tournament? Once you achieve good results in such an event, it can directly affect the enrollment. Just like the various competitions held by Muggle schools. This kind of thing is the same, whether it is a school in the Muggle world or a magic academy in the Wizarding world." Fudge had already anticipated Dumbledore's reaction. He calmly explained, "Because Professor Grindelwald also wants to participate, and Nurmengard Academy of Magic is located in Austria and is also a European magic academy, so it is reasonable for them to participate." Alas, Dumbledore sighed. He knew that since Fudge had made his decision, he could not oppose it. After all, Hogwarts will also be criticized by the Ministry of Justice to some extent. If Grindelwald really wanted to improve the school and no longer wanted to do big things, Dumbledore wouldn't mind having another school participate. "You have already discussed it. As the principal of the school where the event is held, I am the last to know," Dumbledore said with a frown. "Ahem, sorry, Albus, because we have to add another school, and the Ministry of Magic also has some work to do, so I informed you relatively late," Fudge explained. Dumbledore looked a little unhappy, and Fudge said that it was to inform him, not the so-called consultation mentioned in his letter. Even people like Dumbledore felt dissatisfaction and anger in their hearts. "Now that you have decided, just write me a letter to inform me. I am still very busy, Mr. Minister. Then I will leave first." Dumbledore stood up and walked towards the door. "Ah, Albus, wait, we haven't discussed the details of the competition yet," Fudge said quickly. "No, my opinion is irrelevant. Once you have discussed it, just inform me directly." Dumbledore paused at the word discuss, and left the Ministry of Magic without looking back. During this time, he didn't even look at Grindelwald. Professor Grindelwald then, let's discuss it," Fudge said hesitantly. In fact, although he did have problems with Dumbledore, he never thought about ostracizing him. After all, the home court of the four-wizard tournament was placed at Hogwarts. How could it be arranged without the participation of the principal of Hogwarts, Dumbledore? It's not like Fudge didn't think about moving his home court to Nurmengard, but considering Grindelwald's poor reputation and the impact of the event should still be held in the UK. Only in this way can the influence of the British wizarding world in the world be maximized, and the attention of people at home can be better diverted. Corneli, you really shouldn't treat Dumbledore like this, Grindelwald said. Anyone else would be angry. Ah? Fudge was stunned. What's going on? Grindelwald actually spoke for Dumbledore? The sun comes out in the west? Aren't they both always at odds with each other now? As if he had seen through Fudge's thoughts, Grindelwald said, I'm just talking about the matter, Cornelius. Although he and I do have a lot of disagreements, it cannot be denied that Dumbledore's ability is beyond doubt. To successfully run this competition, you can't count him out. Okay, I'll go find him right now. Fudge wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked towards the door of the office. Regarding Grindelwald, Fudge was still quite scared. After all, he knew better than anyone else that this was not a good person. Therefore, he would never dare to offend this big boss. Forget it, Connolly. He won't come back today. You can go find him tomorrow. I know him. He has always been a person who puts the overall situation first and will not suffer a little. If you feel wronged, just let it go, Grindelwald said calmly. Grindelwald knew Dumbledore too well. Since he was involved, how could Dumbledore feel free to let him plan as he pleased? He must keep an eye on him. Therefore, as long as Fudge personally comes to invite him again and gives Dumbledore a small step, he will naturally participate again. You must even be the one who is more active than anyone else. Only in that way can you eliminate the possibility of yourself making small moves. Dumbledore was angry today, not with Fudge but with himself. Ha, old fool. Blake was still teaching Rebecca transformation spell and then saw Dumbledore return. If he remembered correctly, the old man had only been away for less than 30 minutes, right? You're back so soon? Didn't you say that the Ministry of Magic has something to discuss with you? When Dumbledore went out, Blake guessed whether they were discussing the Triwizard Tournament, but I didn't expect that Dumbledore would come back so soon. They have already decided. Why do I need to discuss it? I might as well rest at home for a few days and spend this holiday. Dumbledore put down the wizard's hat and lay comfortably on the massage lounger Blake had built for him. Seeing Dumbledore closing his eyes comfortably, Blake's mind was filled with questions. Did the old man ring? Did someone offend him? So? Is Professor Grindelwald also there? Blake asked directly. The only person who could make Dumbledore so emotional was an old bastard. Don't mention this name. I've been bothered by this name for more than 10 years. It took several decades to be clean. Dumbledore's voice gradually trailed off. When Blake wanted to listen again, he heard a gentle snore. No, you were eating melon with great enthusiasm. Why did you fall asleep? Blake almost regretted making the massage chair too comfortable. 263. While feeling annoyed, he lay down on another reclining chair, and then fell asleep too. Rebecca looked at Blake in surprise as he fell asleep at the speed of light. Did this guy forget that he was teaching himself a spell just now? Did he just fall asleep? Rebecca closed her notebook helplessly. Looking for a blanket, I gave the old man and the young man a cover. Then she discovered that Nagini, who was still busy in the kitchen, had walked out of nowhere and finished all these. After Nagini finished doing this, she looked at Rebecca and smiled. I'll teach you the transformation spell that Blake hasn't finished yet. Rebecca blinked. Sister Nagini, you dote on him too much. You do everything for him. Because he is my family, Nagini smiled. Four-wizard tournament. The next day, when he heard the news from Fudge, who came to apologize, Blake felt that he couldn't hold it any longer. No wonder Dumbledore looked like that when he came back from the Ministry of Magic yesterday. He could all imagine the scene when Dumbledore met Grindelwald at the Ministry of Magic. However, since the Triwizard Tournament in the original book has become the Four-Wizard Tour, then the plot that I am familiar with has completely gone astray. In other words, the new school year will be full of unknowns. After Blake returned to the room, he took a moment to figure out that Moody, who was expected to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in the original book, was not here, because this teaching position is still held by Lupin. If Voldemort wanted to kidnap Harry, Siping would have to find other ways. Of course, it might also be the original method, but the professor being replaced was changed from Moody to Lupin? Why don't you test Professor Lupin after the semester starts to see if he has been replaced? After all, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is always going to suffer. Lupin didn't suffer last year, and I don't know if it will happen this year. Blake is still thinking about how to prevent it in the new school year. Suddenly, an owl flew in from the window. Ever since he launched the magic address book, owls rarely appeared at his window. Blake took the letter down. As soon as he opened it, a smile appeared on Blake's face. Because this letter was sent by Dracula, who had been missing for many days. Obviously, after the other party was killed by me again, he has not recovered until now. Oh, you actually want to ask me to meet? Blake pondered for a while, then picked up the pen and wrote on the back of Changmin. Okay, just follow the time and address you mentioned. Chapter 557, The Book of Abraham. Vos, Loda. Sue. In the subspace, Blake raised his head and watched the two giant dragons in the sky spraying each other with dragon language magic. One is a mutated fire dragon with black scales all over its body, and the other is a very skinny, undead bone dragon. The two dragons have been fighting in the air for an hour. It seems like they are indistinguishable, but Blake knew that if it weren't for the fact that both parties could only use dragon language magic, the black dragon would have been eaten alive by the bone dragon. But despite this, the big black dragon that was released into the sea was still covered in the bone dragon's face with a lump of frost breath 5 minutes later and passed out directly. Its huge body also fell from the sky. As soon as Blake raised his hand, the rapidly falling body of the big black dragon was fixed in the air and then slowly landed on the ground. Boom! When the big black dragon's body landed on the ground, the bone dragon also landed not far away. Its eyes, composed of dark green soul fire, flickered, and a consciousness was conveyed. Ass. I know it's not as strong as you, but you have to know that undead creatures have a natural advantage in fighting because you are not afraid of pain. Besides, Dahai's body has not evolved to the extreme. Of course, it is impossible to beat you. Blake picked up the wand and applied healing to the big black dragon. It didn't take long for Dahai to wake up. It looked at the ancient dragon not far away, using its claws to throw the dementors into its mouth, one after another, as if it were eating jelly beans. Fear flashed in its eyes. Ever since Blake taught it dragon language magic, Dahai felt that he was almost invincible. There is a kind of spirit that no one can compete with except Blake. As a result, Blake directly pulled out such a piece of bones and fought with it. Then Dahai's arrogance was directly defeated. This thing is really too scary. Dahai, do you know how powerful you are now? There are many powerful forces in this world that you have never seen before, so don't be complacent. After all, even I dare not say that I am invincible. The big black dragon nodded repeatedly. Now it was completely convinced. I can't even beat a skeleton, so how can I have the nerve to say I'm strong? Blake looked at his watch. Okay, it's time for me to leave. Dahai, just stay here for now and learn how to fight with others. The big black dragon glanced at the ancient dragon opposite and trembled, but because of Blake's majesty, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. The bone dragon is a powerful undead creature summoned by Blake from another undead world, a world where undead creatures devour each other. For the bone dragon to grow to this level, it can be said that it has experienced hundreds of battles. If Dahai could learn some dragon fighting methods from it, it would be of great benefit to it. After Blake handed over the ancient dragon, he left the subspace and returned to his home in Godric Valley. He opened the door, pretended to have just woken up, and walked out. Good afternoon, Blake. It looks like you had a good nap. Nagini brought over a cup of hot tea. Not bad. After Blake finished drinking the tea, he said, I plan to go out. Where to? Go meet someone. It's almost time. Blake looked at the time again. Okay, I'll go with you. Nagini took off her apron and brought her own equipment. Blake had long said that Nagini would follow him wherever he went, so he did not stop Nagini from meeting Dracula with him. "Where are you going? Can I come with you?" Rebecca asked doubtfully. "We went out to discuss something with others. It's not convenient to bring you with us," Blake explained. "Oh, then you guys come back early. I'll wait for you to have dinner in the evening." Rebecca lowered her head obediently and continued to study her textbook. Blake nodded towards Nagini and then left home together. Without delaying, Blake picked a secret corner, opened the dimensional door directly, and left Godric Valley. "I didn't expect that you would actually ask me to meet here." Blake looked around with interest. The place where Dracula made an appointment with him was actually in an ordinary coffee shop owned by Muggles. He thought the other party would find a tavern run by a wizard or something. "The environment here is quite good. It's suitable for talking. And don't worry, I used a little magic, and they can't hear our conversation." Dracula, who looked a little pale, responded with a smile. "The environment is indeed very good. Fortunately, the clothes we changed when we went out were not so weird. Otherwise, it would be out of place here. This coffee shop is quite big. Their location is right by the window. You can clearly see the Muggles coming and going on the street outside." Blake and Nagini sat on the same side, while Dracula sat on the other side. "I heard that you were born in the Muggle world, so you will definitely not be as unfamiliar with such an occasion as ordinary wizards," Dracula said, adding 2 sugar cubes to the coffee cup in front of him. "Well, of course." "Huh? Mr. Tepeshi, your face doesn't look good? Are you feeling unwell?" Blake asked knowingly. "Ah, it's nothing. I've just been studying alchemy recently and haven't had a good rest," Dracula said as he pretended to pick it up and take a sip. To be fair, Blake is partly responsible for why he is so weak today. He thought he could escape unscathed, but he didn't expect. Blake, a scumbag in the war, could actually use ancient runes to burst out such a powerful force, although the last clone was killed so quickly that he couldn't even realize who gave him the final blow. However, the last feeling Dracula felt in that clone was the numbness of being struck by lightning, and he had just seen Blake use a card with lightning magic. In other words, his clone was most likely temporarily controlled by Blake's ancient rune card with lightning magic for a little while, and then was killed by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. For masters like Dumbledore and Grindelwald, being held captive for just a moment is fatal enough. Every time he thinks of this, Dracula's heart bleeds. Those were the few high-quality clones he had left. Unexpectedly, they were unexpectedly folded there in that way because of Blake. This forced him to dig out an old clone that he had made long ago. That is the current clone. Although it can still be used, whether it is strength or touch, this clone is far from the previous high-level clone. I don't know if you've heard that, in addition to my attainments in alchemy, I also have achievements in potions. Blake said, took out 10 small bottles and handed them over. Of course I've heard of this. It only took you a minute to create a magic potion formula that can cure dragonpox. There is no doubt that your potion knowledge is definitely a master. Dracula complimented while taking the small bottle. The small bottle was an ordinary glass bottle containing a transparent liquid. With Dracula's level of potion, there was no way to tell what kind of potion it was. He asked hesitantly, "I'm not very good at potions." "Well, what kind of medicine is this you gave me?" "This is my homemade disease-removing medicine. It can treat more than 70 basic diseases, and it is very good for restoring energy. It is now used for clinical treatment in St. Mungo's," Blake introduced. "Oh, you are really amazing." Dracula squinted at the medicine bottle in his hand, with a look of surprise on his face. "If you trust me, you can put a little drop into your coffee now, and then you will know whether I am right or not," Blake suggested with a smile. Dracula's expression didn't change at all, and he opened the small bottle. "Of course, I can trust you." Dracula simply dropped a drop of potion into the coffee, then picked up the coffee and drank it in a gulp. Dracula put down the cup, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped the corners of his mouth, but his expression remained unchanged. If Blake's true eyes hadn't noticed the corners of his eyes twitching slightly, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes, he would have almost truly believed that Dracula completely trusted him. Blake was willing to bet that Dracula was planning to use some trick to pretend he drank the coffee dripped with potion, but actually didn't. However, Blake's potion has a special feature. That is, it melts in the mouth. 0130511 FELU 82 feeling. It caught Dracula off guard. God knows how shocked Dracula was when he found that the coffee in the cup disappeared directly into his mouth. In fact, as Blake expected, Dracula was still wary of Blake. Magic potions and the like are not something you can take casually. Although this is just a backward clone, there is not much left in stock. If Blake kills him with a cup of poisoned coffee, then he might actually show up in person. Just thinking about it makes me feel insecure. Just when Dracula barely concealed the expression of shock and anger on his face, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of relief coming from this clone. The parts of this body that felt blocked when moving before are now more flexible. Even my mind becomes clearer. Could it be that the potion Blake gave himself to drink was really a good potion? Dracula thought about it and immediately felt that he was too cautious. That's right. Blake has absolutely no need or motive to poison himself. It is entirely because of my usual caution that I let myself compete with the air here. Tsk, what a shame, Dracula. After complaining about himself, Dracula said to Blake in surprise, This potion is really magical. I feel a lot more energetic. Even my body feels a lot lighter. Look, I didn't lie to you, did I? You have to take a rest when studying alchemy from now on. If you feel uncomfortable, write to me again. I have plenty of this kind of medicine. Okay, then I'm welcome, Dracula said excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited, because just after he complimented Blake, he was shocked to find that the quality of this avatar, which was a bit low in quality, actually showed a slight upward trend after drinking that drop of potion. Blake is really a talent. If the organization can recruit him and then ask him to help him get more potions, then his clone, no, the main body can definitely evolve to a higher quality. Thinking of this, Dracula felt a surge of enthusiasm in his heart. You're welcome. You and I exchanged alchemy before, and I benefited a lot, so these potions are nothing. Your health is important. Dracula suddenly felt a sense of guilt rising in his heart. Blake actually just wanted to thank me? Tsk. I just suspected that Blake had evil intentions towards me. I really deserve to die. Speaking of, come on, what do I have that is worthy of Blake doing this? Dracula resents his persecutory paranoia. However, when he heard Blake mention alchemy, he remembered the purpose of asking Blake to come here today. By the way, you said you wanted to see the originals of those pictures last time, didn't you? Dracula took out a large, quaint book from his bag. Here comes the good stuff. Blake's eyes lit up and he quickly took the book. The material of this book is very special. It feels neither like paper nor sheepskin, but a bit like soft bark. Seems to be a papyrus from ancient Egypt. Books made of papyrus. There are definitely not many of them in today's world. In other words, regardless of the content, this book is already a priceless treasure. Blake looked at the cover of the Book of Abraham. Blake's eyes widened. He had heard the name of this book. To be precise, he heard it from his alchemy teacher, Nico Flamel. Blake quickly opened the title page of the book, and sure enough, the unexpected font of nixing was clearly visible. Anyone who reads the contents of this book, except the priests and scribes responsible for transcribing the records, will be cursed. Blake doesn't care about the so-called curse, because his physique is basically not afraid of any curse now. What he cares about is why this book appears in Dracula's henchmen. This book should have been in the hands of Nico Flamel. Nico Flamel was just an ordinary scribe many years ago. After getting this book, he became a legendary alchemist. At that time, Nico Flamel was a clerk responsible for copying and happened to be exempt from the curse. Nico Flamel, who fully understood this book, finally created the magic stone that turned everything into gold and made people immortal. Nico Flamel had originally mentioned the book to him, but did not pass it on to Blake because he was worried about the curse. Unexpectedly, Blake would get this book in this way. Could this be the script used by Nicolas Flamel? Was it stolen by Dracula and the others? However, if such an important book was lost, how could Nico Flamel never mention it to himself? Blanc frowned slightly. Dracula thought Blake's surprised expression was because he was concerned about time after seeing this book. The pictures I showed you before were all from the book Immortal Tomb. I think that with your level of alchemy, you are fully qualified to see the original work, so I will bring it to you. Dracula smiled. With this book, it would be too easy to lure Blake to join his organization. Even he couldn't resist this temptation at the beginning. For alchemists like them, this knowledge is a priceless treasure. However, Dracula's imagination that Zyke was so excited did not appear. Blake was very calm. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this book? Dracula asked doubtfully. Blake closed the book, squinted his eyes, and asked, There is indeed a problem. This book should always be in the hands of my teacher Nico Flamel. Why? It happened twice? Appearing on your hand. Chapter 5 and 58, New Magic System. We are all card masters. Godric Valley. Blake looked at the two almost identical books of Abraham in front of him and fell into deep thought. Yes, 2 books. One was given to him by Dracula, and the other was taken out by Nicholas Flamel. And both copies are authentic. He still remembers how surprised he was when he put another book of Abraham in front of Nico Flamel. If there is any difference between these 2 books, it would be the difference in scratches and age. It seems that the Dracula one is older. But how is this possible? In the era of Nico Flamel's rise, knowledge was as valuable as gold. There cannot be 2 books recording this kind of valuable knowledge. Even if there are 2 books, they cannot be so different in years. Nor can they be exactly the same. But these 2 books are exactly the same, from the material to the coloring patterns of the text. Even Dracula couldn't understand this strange phenomenon. Anyway, this book already existed when he joined the organization. Because of this situation, Dracula had to postpone recruiting Blake. He had to find a way to prove that this book had been in the organization since ancient times. Otherwise, if Blake thought it was a book they stole, then Blake would not be able to join them. Facts have proved that Dracula did not lie, because there really are 2 almost identical books of Abraham in this world. After thinking for a while, Blake didn't dwell on this issue anymore. The real value of these 2 books lies in their content. If you don't pursue its true value, but keep struggling with the question of why there are 2 books, it will be a bit of a waste of time. Then, Blake sent a letter to Dracula explaining the situation and also apologized in the letter for misunderstanding the ideas of their organization. This was also to facilitate his continued contact with free prostitution in the future and avoid falling out with him. After the letter was sent, Blake devoted all his energy to these 2 books about Abraham. Nicholas Flamel also has a copy? A cold girl's voice sounded. Yes, that's what Blake said. Dracula replied to the magic address book. Well, this is something I neglected. However, since Blake is Nico Flamel's student, it's normal for him to ask this. The girl's voice paused. In fact, if he doesn't ask, then there really is a problem. Indeed, if he knows there is a problem but deliberately pretends not to know, it proves that he may have ulterior motives. However, in my opinion, he does not have any other intentions for us. In fact, Blake still doesn't know what kind of organization we are and what kind of evil intentions he has towards us. Therefore, any suspicion we have about him is actually a bit unnecessary. I was just being cautious before. After all, you said that his Aunt Ariana used to be our enemy. Okay, remember, we must win him over, even if it fails. Also be friends with him. Dracula thought of Blake's potion that could make him better, and a smile appeared on his face. Of course, I will definitely win him over. Well, Blake is a special person, very special. I have never seen such an extra person. What did you say? What's extra? Dracula asked doubtfully. No, I didn't say anything. By the way, I remember that you suffered a great loss due to some special reasons. Therefore, I will give you another drop of the Fountain of Life as compensation. Dracula said in surprise. Really? That's great. Although a drop of the Fountain of Life cannot completely replenish all the clones he lost before, it is of great use to his body. After nourishing the main body, there is even a surplus to cultivate 2 more high-quality clones. From this we can see how precious this spring water is, and how could Dracula not be surprised. If your mission is successful, I will reward you with 2 more drops. Okay, definitely. 03. Blake stared closely at the dropper in her hand. When the liquid in the dropper fell into a ball of silver liquid on the table, the liquid suddenly changed. The original silver luster is gradually fading away, replaced by a slight golden color. But that's all. Blake knew that he lacked the most critical item, the Philosopher's Stone. The current Philosopher's Stone was still in the hands of his teacher, Nico Flamel. If you have a magic stone, if you use it at this time, the mercury water will gradually turn into gold. The creation of the Philosopher's Stone is one of the pieces of knowledge recorded in the Book of Abraham. Blake looked at the liquid that was gradually beginning to condense, and suddenly his heart moved. Use the magic stone to inject magic into this liquid, and it can be converted into gold. What if you directly inject magic power yourself? What substances will appear? This was originally an experiment, so Blake directly extended his right index finger without hesitation. Then, a trace of magic slowly seeped into the condensing liquid. The condensation speed of the liquid suddenly stopped, and then, as if the reverse button was pressed, the slightly golden semi-solidified liquid melted into liquid again. Moreover, the trace of gold on the surface gradually dissipated, and the entire liquid became silver again. Blake put away his fingers, and then the silver liquid solidified again. After the liquid completely solidified, Blake used a small pair of tweezers to pick up the small piece of unknown object. After identification, it was a piece of metal, an unknown metal. However, there is no doubt that it has nothing to do with mercury. After receiving its own magic power, the mercury just now was not transformed into gold, but into a new substance. Blake observed carefully for a while, and soon made a new discovery, that is, this metal conducts his own magic very well. Blake's eyes lit up. Such a material is a very good material for making alchemical items. Now, Blake wanted to test the effect of this piece of metal right away, but he didn't know where to put it. After all, there is no way to thoroughly test the performance of this new material for the alchemy items that were made in a short period of time. Suddenly, Blake seemed to remember something and started working again. On this day, Nagini knocked on Blake's door. Since Blake came back from meeting Dracula and Nico Flamel, he hasn't been out of his room much. Nagini, who had been very familiar with Blake for a long time, knew that this young genius had started some kind of research again. The last time I saw him studying this kind of sleeplessness and forgetting food and sleep, he was still studying how to help her restore her body. Originally, Nagini wouldn't bother Blake, but today, she couldn't. Blake, today is September 1st. School is about to start. Do you want to go to school earlier? Nagini said at the door. The room was silent for a long time. Suddenly, the silence was broken, and busy footsteps sounded from the room. Crack! The door was opened, and Blake walked out of the room with 2 big black bags under his eyes. Najib, what time do you think it is today? September 1st. Blake, it's time for you to go to work. Go to work? Blake shouted in horror. Yes, Professor Dumbledore went to school early today. You. Ah. Blake rubbed his messy hair. Is it too late for me to resign now? It's too late. Nagini waved her wand, and Blake's messy hair became neat. Go and wash up quickly. I'll help you pack your luggage. Blake sighed and poured himself a bottle of refreshing potion, then went to wash up and have breakfast. These days, he has been studying the Book of Abraham, and he has used that piece of metal in the most suitable place. At the breakfast table, Blake played with a silver card and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This permanent card, what kind of magic should I use to add it to it? Blake turned the piece of metal into a blank card. After testing, it was found that the magic power of ancient runes can flow perfectly on the card made of this metal. It can also be perfectly detonated by himself. In other words, no matter by what kind of ancient runes Blake writes on this card, it can be used without restriction. Once this kind of card is popularized, then a new magic system that can cast spells without a wand will be completely born. By then, we will all be card masters. Blake can't wait to make more cards and experiment with the effects. However, a true experiment cannot begin without starting. Gotta go to work today. The raised corners of Blake's mouth slowly dropped, turning into a face of pain. After breakfast, Blake took Nagini's packed luggage and prepared to go out. Nagini, Please take Rebecca to the station. I have to go to school a little early today. Nagini nodded, while Rebecca looked full of regret. She thought Blake went to the military station with her. Blake opened the dimensional door and disappeared into his home. Okay, we're gonna leave too. Nagini took Rebecca's luggage and said softly, $78. Blake came to his office, threw the package on the chair, and left the office. Suddenly, the zipper of the package was slowly opened, and Shushu Dabao came out. Along with it, there was a snake with 3 heads. Dabao pointed at the door and protested for a while. Gee! Before he listlessly took out the items in the bag one by one and put them in the appropriate place. These days, Shushu has to work. Dabao glanced at the sleepy rune snake coiled aside and screamed angrily, "Stupid snake, come help!" Then it saw 3 snake heads quarreling. Dabao just felt tired for a while. If he expected this stupid snake to help, he might as well expect his irresponsible master to remember to make breakfast for him. Blake knocked on Professor McGonagall's office. "Good morning, Professor Green." Professor McGonagall's tight eyelids relaxed. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall. I'm here to report." "Well, I'm still used to you calling me Blake," Blake said. "Well, you're here quite early, Blake," Professor McGonagall said meaningfully. "I kind of lost track of time studying alchemy." Blake smiled awkwardly. It's already September 1st and other professors have already arrived, so Blake has only been delayed until today. Of course, I used to take the Hogwarts Express because I wanted to save money. Professor Lupin is not included in this list. Professor McGonagall smiled. Blake's diligence was an advantage she had always admired. She handed over a piece of parchment and said, "This is your class schedule. There is nothing wrong with studying alchemy, but you still have to balance work and rest." Blake knew that this was Professor McGonagall's subtle reminder not to miss class time because of research. "Okay, I will. By the way, do you know where Professor Babbling is? I have something to do with her." At this time, he should be in her office. After Blake left Professor McGonagall's office with his class schedule, he went straight to Professor Yeabling's office for medical treatment. Professor Babbling has also gotten up, or rather, she didn't sleep at all. When Blake found her, she was breaking free from a pile of ancient runes. "Have you made any new discoveries?" After Professor Babbling opened the door for Blake, he asked. Blake would only come to her if he made new discoveries about ancient runes. "It is indeed a new discovery. Professor Babbling, I have made the perfect card material. As long as I have this, I will not need to carry a lot of disposable cards with me when using card magic in the future." "Got it." Then, Zai Laike introduced the benefits of the cards to Professor Babbling in detail. Professor Babbling was also very happy, but when she took Blake's card and was about to use Blake's newly added freezing spell, she found that it couldn't be used anyway. "No! What's going on?" Professor Babbling looked at the card in confusion. Blake took the card back in confusion, and with a slight tap, a light flashed on the card, and then the water in the cup infumed. Front of him turned into ice water. "Huh? Why can you use it, but I can't?" Professor Babbling looked at the card with wide eyes. Based on her experience, she could certainly see that this card could be used again after being used once. There was still no CD. That kind. If you don't consider the singleness of spellcasting by a single card, the efficiency of spell defense is basically the same as that of magic wand casting. Of course, the premise is that Blake can find out why only he can use that card. "You try again?" Blake asked Professor Babbling to try again. However, the results still failed. Professor Babbling even suspected that what she was holding in her hand was just an ordinary piece of iron. There is no sense of perfect flow of magic power as Blake mentioned. Blake looked at the card thoughtfully. Suddenly, he cleared Professor Babbling's desk and took out a lot of alchemy equipment. "I think I know where the problem is. When the refining materials for this card were made, I incorporated my own magic. So if you want to use this mine, for permanent cards, you have to refine a new piece of card-making metal with your own hands to make it into a card." "Is that so? Doesn't that mean that, in the future, this kind of card can only be used by the creator?" Professor Babbling asked. "It's not necessarily that people with magic power similar to the creator can also use it. For example, the creator's close relatives," Blake said with narrowed eyes. In other words, if he gives the card to Dumbledore now, Dumbledore will definitely be able to use it. He just needs to try it without his own circulation. Blake, things may not be as optimistic as you think, Professor Babling said hesitantly. You just said that you need to inject your own magic power to make something suitable for you. The card metal. So, what to do with those squibs that cannot output magic power? Chapter 559, The Idea of a Magic Circuit, the magic text drawn on the arm. After hearing Professor Babling's words, Blake raised his eyebrows slightly. You're right, I did neglect this point. Blake frowned and thought for a moment. Well, let me tell you how to make this metal first. You try it first to verify whether my previous speculation is correct. As for how to make squib make cards, I also have some ideas. Then, Blake taught Professor Babling how to refine this magical metal. Fortunately, the refining process of this metal is not complicated. Even if you don't know much about the mysteries of alchemy, you can still follow the instructions. You just need to inject magic into it at the right time. While Professor Babling was operating on her own, Blake was not idle either. He took a blank piece of parchment and started writing and drawing on it. After Professor Babling failed several times, Tuan finally succeeded in opening the metal for the third time. What you need to do next is much simpler. Just heat it, pour it into Blake's prepared card molds, and wait for it to cool. When she took the cooled blank metal card into her hand, she truly felt what Blake said, the feeling of perfect flow of magic. You're right, Blake. You really need to inject magic power into the finished product before it can be used normally. Professor Babling said excitedly. Blake on the other side stopped writing and took the blank card from Professor Babling's hand. Well, it's true. I can't use magic power smoothly, even on your cards. What is this? Professor Babling noticed the parchment in front of Blake. A slightly modified ancient rune, Blake said. Professor Barbling picked up the parchment and looked at it carefully. It's a bit like casting transporting, the combination of two ancient runes. That's right, but you missed one, Stable. Blake drew a stroke on the ancient rune. The fluency of this combination is really amazing. Professor Bobling praised. It doesn't mean that just putting a few ancient runes together will be fully effective. You also have to pay attention to the smooth flow of magic power between several ancient runes. Just like a circuit, if there is a blockage somewhere, the combination will not work as it should. But the combination of Blake is perfect. Obviously, this is an ancient rune that can help Squib cast magic power. Otherwise, Squib would not be able to create such a metal that suits him. Then there is no need to talk about the Cardmaster. In a short period of time, we can only do this, Blake said with a frown. It's perfect. What are you planning to use it for? Is it to be engraved on the manufacturing tools so that the Squib can also make card metal? Professor Babling asked. No. I originally planned to draw this text on the tool, but I thought about it later. Wouldn't it be better if it was on the arm? Blake said softly. On the hand? On the arm? You mean? Professor Babling covered her mouth in shock. The function of this ancient rune is to help the Squib release its magic. If drawn on Squib's hand, it would also take effect. Does that mean we don't care whether we can create cards or not? Can those Squibs directly transform back into normal wizards with this ancient rune in their hands? You know, the reason why dumb guns are dumb guns is because they cannot use the magic power in their bodies. Yes, drawing this ancient rune on the arm, if possible, is equivalent to installing a faucet on a sealed pool. Turning the Squib back into a normal wizard, it's not impossible. Blake pondered for a moment and then said, So we need a volunteer who is willing to take risks for this. Professor Bobling said, I dare say that there must be many people in the Magic Text Association who are willing to be such volunteers. Blake thought of the fanatical Filch and then agreed with Professor Barbling's statement. Is there any danger? Bobling asked worriedly. Maybe a lie, TTL. However, I will take measures to minimize the danger. Blake frowned. Okay, then I'll tell them. We must tell them about the dangers they may encounter. Strictly speaking, we are doing something that has never been done before. The dangers are unquestionable because we do not have any examples to learn from. Therefore, we need a warrior who is willing to sacrifice his life. Blake said solemnly. Okay. Professor Bobbling nodded solemnly. By the way, if this works, I plan to call the ancient runes drawn on my body a magic circuit. Magic circuit? A very appropriate name. Professor Bobbling said slightly excitedly. If the magic circuit works, then these members of the Magic Text Association will have one more path to choose. If they don't want to learn ancient runes, they can just buy a wand and become an ordinary wizard. From this point of view, what we are doing is very meaningful. Please give me flowers. Well, in fact, even if this magic circuit is successful, they cannot be said to be completely the same as ordinary wizards, because their spell casting and magic transmission can only be released from their hands, and real wizards can use their whole body. They can exude magic power both above and below, so they are much weaker than ordinary wizards. Therefore, becoming a card wizard is their best choice. Blake explained patiently. Just like Filch, who became a wizard again, he was able to become a powerful wizard because Blake used magic potions to transform his body, making him just like an ordinary wizard. The magic power can flow along with every move. Pores released. This is incomparable to a wizard who can only release magic power in the magic circuit of his arm. Of course, the cost of doing this is very high, and not everyone has the financial resources. 0. As for Filch, he was able to become a wizard by using his own health as a guinea pig for Blake. This was his unique reward. After all, even Blake at that time was not 100% sure that the transformation would be successful. It can only be said that the success rate was very high. Then, can it be solved by having this magic circuit written all over the body like a tattoo? Professor Bobbling once again raised a possibility. Blake shook his head and said, a magic circuit can still be barely stable because there is little magic flow. If there is too much, it will get out of control. Unless you can draw a magic circuit on every pore, then you can achieve balance. But, that's impossible. Blake paused and then said, perhaps there will be a way to solve this problem in the future, but for now, we can only do this step. It's already amazing. Blake, this is a way to allow the squib to release magic again. No one has ever done this before you. Moreover, if the magic circuit is successful, wouldn't it further illustrate the power of the ancient runes? In that case, those old guys can no longer be stubborn. The reform of ancient runes is already unstoppable. Seeing the excited Professor Bobbling, Blake waved his hand helplessly. Now, I don't know if this experiment can succeed. What if it fails? It won't fail, because you've never failed, haven't you? But, if it fails, someone may die. Blake's expression was a little heavy. Filch's experiment, although it may be harmful to health, is not fatal, but this experiment may be. Chapter 560, Professor Snape Tonight is Fake. It is with great regret that I inform you that the College Cup Quidditch tournament will not be held this year. Dumbledore's speech made the students below wailed. Why? Fred shouted the loudest, and his twin brother was not to be outdone, looking at the teapot he was holding in his right hand. It seems that if Dumbledore can't come up with a suitable explanation, he will throw the tea bag to the Slytherins. There is no other way. They don't dare to throw the principal away, right? This is because a large-scale event will officially start in October and last for the entire school year. This event takes up a lot of teachers' time and energy, so it is really a pity. However, what I can guarantee is that you will definitely get more fun from this event. I am very happy to announce to you that there will be an event at Hogwarts this year. The activities that have been suspended for more than 10 centuries have been suspended for more than 10 centuries. Yes, it was originally the Triwizard Tournament, but a school intervened temporarily, but that's not important. I can only tell you that this is a very meaningful and exciting event. On the stage, Dumbledore was still introducing the past Triwizard Tournament to the students, some of the history of the current Four-Wizard Tournament, and some of the rules of the upcoming Four-Wizard Tournament. Almost everyone's attention was focused on the principal, but Blake's attention was elsewhere. Now Blake is no longer sitting at Hufflepuff's long table as before. As the new professor, he is sitting in the faculty seat, right next to Professor Sprout, and his eyes were currently looking at Professor Lupine, who was smiling and listening to Dumbledore's words. This year, Moody won't be able to be the defense against the dark arts professor, because Moody, who has 5 of 23 all his limbs, is currently working hard as a pride in the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, if Voldemort still sneaks into Hogwarts as in the original work, then Professor Lupin will be their best target. However, Blake's true eyes looked at Professor Lupin's face for a long time, but could not see that he had undergone human body transformation in any way, similar to Polyjuice Potion or the like. Could it be that Voldemort changed his approach this time? Or maybe he frightened them during the World Cup and they haven't recovered yet, so they didn't have time to implement the plan? Blake thinks this is very possible. Professor Lupin seemed to feel Blake's gaze and turned around to look at Blake in confusion. However, he still smiled and nodded politely towards Blake. At this time, the campus has almost finished talking about the content of this competition, because the Weasley twins below shouted again, "They can't do this. We will be 17 next April. Why don't you let us give it a try?" Calm down, Fred. Didn't you hear that? Students have died in competitions before. Lee Jordan, I'm George. Sk, how do I know? You are almost exactly the same. The students' opposition could not shake the rules agreed upon by several headmasters and the Minister of Magic during the holidays. After the principal finished speaking, the students had no choice but to be taken back to their dormitories by their prefects to rest. Rebecca stood in the Slytherin team. After seeing Blake's eyes, she waved to Blake with a smile on her face. Cassandra was standing next to her. Rebecca's aura of obscurus and past experiences made her, like her family's ancestors, sorted into Slytherin by the sorting hat, like Sirius. In the Blake family, after all, they are rare. Of course, if Rebecca had not experienced those tragedies, maybe she would really be a rebellious Blake like Sirius. However, Blake also needs to worry about Rebecca. On the one hand, Rebecca is very strong now and no one can bully her. On the other hand, with Cassandra taking care of her, the little snakes will not get into trouble. After the students left, the other students also left one after another, and Blake followed their footsteps and walked out of the auditorium. As he walked, he recalled his class schedule and found that the first class he had to attend was next Monday. After all, as an elective course, the school must set aside enough time for students to consider whether to take it. The elective courses are great because they give Blake enough time to do his own thing. Blake's office and classroom were not located in the center of the castle, but were placed on the edge of the castle, in an empty tower next to the greenhouse. He had moved in last school year. When Blake returned to the office had been neatly tidied by his sniffing. At this time, Dabao, who had just finished his busy work, was bitterly baking a small cake for himself. "Well done, Dabao. You saved me a lot of time. I told you a long time ago that Shushu is also capable of working." Gigi. Dabao jumped up and down angrily. A certain person has nothing to do and can still eat and drink in the auditorium, but this poor little Shushu has to work at home and has no food. Crack! A money bag landed on the table with a pleasant metal collision sound. "This is your reward, Dabao. Since you have worked hard, you should naturally be paid. Well, here is your monthly salary." Dabao looked at the money bag and suddenly felt that the cake was no longer fragrant. He ran to the small bag of money and opened the mouth of the bag impatiently. 1, 2, no. Dabao happily poured out 20 gold galleons from his money bag. Not much, but this is earned from the evil Blake. He stuffed these gold galleons one by one into his breast pocket with great treasure. Blake just picked up a small cake that Dabao had just baked and took a bite. As if he felt something, he took out a small mirror from his pocket. This is a two-way mirror, and on the other side of the two-way mirror is Lady Marianne. Because Lady Marianne is a muggle and cannot use the magic address book, Blake gave her a two-way mirror so that she could contact him at any time, which is much faster than an owl. "Good evening, Lady Marianne." Blake smiled. "Good evening, Blake. What's the matter?" "Well, Blake, did you see, Professor Snape tonight?" Blake recalled that in the auditorium just now, Snape was sitting in the faculty seat with a coffin face as usual. "Yes, I saw him." "Well, that's good. It's great that he's okay." Mrs. Marion said, "Not long ago, he suddenly brought little Lily to my place, and then he never came to see it. The child, I know how much he loves this child. He has been indifferent to his words, which is very abnormal, so I thought something might have happened to him." Blake thought about the Lestrange couple's previous escape from prison and quickly guessed something. Snape was probably worried that these two former colleagues would come to him and find out about little Lily. Snape couldn't bet on the reaction of the two desperados when they saw the child. Let alone little Lily. He wasn't even sure whether the two desperados would let him, the apparent traitor, go. That's why Snape temporarily sent little Lily to Madame Marion, and then faced everything alone. I think Professor Snape did encounter something, but we will help him get through it. Please don't worry. Blake comforted Mrs. Marion. Okay, it's okay. By the way, little Lily has occasionally called Daddy. Mrs. Marion smiled. I have never seen such a smart child. Well, except you, Blake. When Blake's eyes light up, will the children call him Daddy? Why don't you use this to increase Snape's strength? Let's have some fun and get some system rewards or something, by the way. After saying goodbye to Lady Marion, Blake looked at his watch. It's only 9:30, and for Hogwarts, it's already curfew time. But for people like Snape, the night has just begun at 9:30 in the evening. Maybe he's brewing some weird potions in his dungeon office right now. After Blake finished the small cake in his hand, he left his tower and walked towards the dungeon. After Dabao ordered the gold galleons, he ignored Blake, who left. His master was a night owl, and he knew it very well. However, Yinbao's joyful mood immediately fell to the bottom. Why is there one missing piece of cake that Ben Jiangxu baked? There are only 3 creatures in the house. The stupid snake doesn't want to eat the cake, so who else can eat it? Squeak, squeak, squeak! This is exploitation. Naked exploitation. Boom! Crack! Blake just knocked on the door. The door was opened instantly. Snape stared blankly at Blake. Is that you? Why are you here so late? Oh, I recently encountered a small problem with a new potion formula I was researching, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Maybe you can give me some inspiration. There were too many potions that Blake was researching, so he casually took out a half-researched potion formula. Oh, you still need to discuss it with me? Snape still had a straight face, but his eyes were already looking at the formula in Black's hand. Blake secretly smiled inwardly. Sure enough, even though this guy was tough talking, he was still very enthusiastic when he saw the new potion formula. On academic issues, it is not advisable to work behind closed doors. Only through communication can we get better results, Blake said with a smile. Snape turned and walked into the house, but the door was not closed. Blake walked in naturally. Snape's office was as cold as ever. However, Blake was a little surprised that Snape's cauldron, which never seemed to be empty, was now empty. Maybe he just came back and didn't have time to brew the potion? Blake calmly pulled up a chair and sat in front of Snape's desk. You didn't close the door. Snape, who was sitting opposite, said expressionlessly, Oh, sorry. Blake snapped his fingers and the door was closed. Recipe, Snape said. Here you go. Blake handed over the formula in his hand. This is a simplified recipe for the transformation potion. In fact, the transformation potion rewarded by the system, although powerful, allowed Nagini to regain her body. However, because the materials needed are so precious, it is basically difficult to mass produce. Therefore, Blake planned to simplify it, but he had too much research on hand, so he only completed half of the work and put it aside for the time being. However, even though this is a formula that Blake has simplified a lot, it is still a good thing rewarded by the system. It is still qualified to take it out to fool Snape at this time. Is this a potion formula that can transform people? Snape frowned. Blake was slightly stunned. Not knowing whether it was his own illusion, he saw a trace of panic in Snape's eyes. Why do you study the potion formula for transformation when you have nothing to do? Snape asked while looking at the recipe. Blake said calmly, because of curiosity. You can't deny that curiosity is the best driving force for human development. If there is no curiosity, why do we do research? Why do we do experiments? Snape didn't comment, but he seemed to tighten his grip on the formula. Blake stared at Snape for a while, and suddenly asked, You just figured it out. This is a potion formula that makes people transform? Isn't it obvious? Snape said. But what do you think is wrong, and you want to ask me about it? Oh. Blake took the formula thoughtfully, and then took out a piece of paper and a pen, and quickly wrote down the names of more than 10 materials on the paper. It's still too expensive to fake this formula, so I've been looking for cheaper substitutes among these materials. Which of these materials do you think can do the job? Snape took the paper and formula again, and after a moment of silence, he said, although these materials are cheap, they can't compare with the original formula in terms of efficacy. In my opinion, they don't need to be replaced. Besides, potions are supposed to be effective, so why do we have to pursue low prices? Besides, the materials in your recipe are not very expensive. They are already cheap. There is no need to pursue such extreme cost control, which will affect the efficacy. Well, you have a point. Blake took back the recipe and the paper with the materials. Okay, thank you for your help tonight then. I'll leave first. Please, Snape said. Remember to close the door when you leave. Blake walked to the door and noticed that Snape picked up a potion book and seemed to be preparing to read it. Tonight, Snape's cauldron seemed to be out of favor. Blake pulled the door, but when the door was about to close, he suddenly asked, Severus, do you still drink the potion I gave you before? Snape was stunned for a moment, then said, Of course. What's wrong? Nothing. I just want to say that medicine should be used in moderation. Don't indulge too much, Blake said, and then closed the door. After the door was closed, the smile on Blake's face disappeared instantly. He didn't tell Snape that the child would call him Dad, which he had planned to share with him, because it was no longer necessary. After leaving the dungeon, Blake did not return to his office, but went directly to the principal's office through the dimensional door. Dumbledore was wearing a purple nightgown and a blue nightcap on his head, leaning on a chair and reading a book comfortably. I remember that I told you the password, but since you came in so anxiously, you must have encountered something urgent. When he saw Blake suddenly breaking in, Dumbledore put down the book and entered a listening state. It's true that I was a little anxious. Today, the Professor Snape we saw was fake. Chapter 561, Snape's Reminder. Dumbledore is in a dilemma. What? Dumbledore stood up. You're saying that someone used something like Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Severus? Dumbledore is too sensitive to Polyjuice Potion. After all, during the World Cup, Barty Sr. told him that he once used Polyjuice Potion to replace Barty Jr. No, I just observed carefully that Severus did not take any Polyjuice Potion. Blake shook his head. Huh? Is it human transfiguration? Dumbledore asked again. Back then, the old guy Grindelwald relied on his powerful body transformation skills to disguise himself as a high-ranking official of the Magical Congress of the United States of America. No. In fact, Blake paused and then said, This Snape is real, and no one is pretending to be. Dumbledore was confused by Blake. Didn't you just say that this Severus was fake? Blake smiled and said, I just said that the Severus we saw tonight was fake, but I didn't say that Severus himself was fake. You mean? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and said, What Severus showed tonight is not what Severus should show. That's right. According to my understanding, he was actually deliberately exposing various flaws and then asked me for help, or he was reminding us of something. Blake said calmly. Help, reminder. Dumbledore realized the seriousness of the problem. You just came back from Severus, right? So, can you tell me in detail what happened just now? Blake nodded. That's right. When I was researching a new recipe for a potion that might be able to transform magical animals, I wanted to ask Severus to give me some advice. Then I went to him, because I wanted. Knowing this time, he definitely hasn't rested yet. Dumbledore used transfiguration to conjure a chair, motioned for Blake to sit down and said. After Blake sat down, he continued. Then, I realized something was wrong with Snape tonight. His crucible that never went out didn't actually brew any potion. Even when I looked for him, he was reading a basic textbook on potions. Professor, at Severus's level, he can recite such an entry-level book even with his eyes closed. How could he still need to waste his precious time on such a book? So I became suspicious at that time. However, I wasn't sure at that time because I didn't smell Polyjuice Potion on him, but I decided to test it a little bit. Severus' potion skills are beyond doubt, so I showed him the potion recipe, and he asked me why I wanted to research a potion that can transform people. Professor, I know Severus's level. It's impossible for him not to see that this potion is not for human use. However, I still wasn't completely sure, so I continued to test. I wrote down a variety of materials on paper and asked him if these materials could replace some of the materials in my formula. Actually, the information written on that piece of paper, I deliberately made 5 mistakes. Under normal circumstances, Severus would definitely laugh at me when he saw such mistakes, but he acted as if he didn't see it, and suggested that I didn't need to sacrifice the effectiveness of the medicine to control costs. However, a long time ago, he supported me in controlling the cost of potions because it was related to his milk powder money. So, when I left, I made one last test. There is a little secret between Severus and I. That is, I once provided him with a very private potion, but after having little Lily, he never took it again. It's a magic potion. So, when I was leaving, I casually asked him if he was still taking that magic potion, and his answer was, he has been taking it. Blake spread his hands and said, there are too many flaws. No pretender can reveal so many flaws easily. So, I guess that he is deliberately exposing flaws to me in the hope of attracting my attention. He did this not to ask for help, but to remind us of something. Dumbledore crossed his hands and placed them on the desk, frowning slightly. Although there is no clear evidence to prove Blake's guess, Blake's analysis is very reasonable and well-founded. For such a serious matter, he cannot let go of any possibility. If your guess is correct, then what is the reason why Severus dare not tell you the truth even in his office? Dumbledore discovered the crux of the problem. The most likely thing is that that person has mastered a way to monitor Severus's words and deeds at any time. Otherwise, he will not be able to control Severus's words and deeds after leaving the office. Blake said. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly. He had to say that this was a very bold guess. However, the possibility of this guess being correct is very high, because according to his previous instructions to Snape, Snape must still be working hard to maintain his identity as a double agent. At the very least, he would not choose to expose Voldemort's information before he fully understood it. And if he wants to maintain his identity as a double agent, he must obey someone's orders. So, did you notice anyone else in his office? Dumbledore asked. No, Blake said confidently. His eye of truth can see through all illusions. If there were other people in Snape's office at that time, it would be impossible for him not to notice them. Since there is no one else in his office, your guess is probably correct. He may be forced to bring something with him that he cannot get rid of, and that can control all his words and deeds. Otherwise, there's no way he wouldn't come to me. Dumbledore's long fingers tapped lightly on the table. Blake said nothing, because at this time, Dumbledore must be thinking. Dumbledore was really thinking. He was weighing the pros and cons. Since Snape had given so many hints, it proved that he was not willing to reveal his identity directly. Instead, I was thinking about what else to do with my identity as a double agent. No need to guess too much. The man behind the control of Snape must be Voldemort. After all, Dumbledore had seen Voldemort with his own eyes. Although he was in a very bad state, there was no doubt that he was back. Tom is monitoring Severus and asking him to help him achieve his goals, Dumbledore said suddenly. Yeah, Blake nodded. Actually, haven't we already known his purpose? Dumbledore sighed. His goal is Harry, or rather, the blood on Harry's body. He wants to use Harry's blood to resurrect him. In fact, Severus wants to find a way to get Harry's blood. It doesn't seem difficult. Blake touched his chin and said, in other words, if Severus can't find an excuse to delay, then he will have to actually send Harry's blood to Tom. Blake didn't expect that this time Voldemort had an idea. He didn't intend to take Harry away, but directly wanted to take his blood. In fact, doing this would be much simpler and less unexpected than setting a trap in the Goblet of Fire to allow Harry to teleport to him. We can't let Harry miss potions class, right? As long as there is class, Severus has to find a way to get Harry's blood. This is also a big test for Severus. Tom is not easy to fool. Dumbledore had also thought of this, and now he was considering asking Snape to give up his identity as a double agent. After all, he couldn't really ask Snape to send Harry's blood to Voldemort and then resurrect him. "I have another concern," Dumbledore frowned. "Since Tom can monitor all Severus's words and deeds at any time, then will he be harmed once Severus is exposed?" Blake shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Even if Tom doesn't have that kind of technical ability, don't forget there are a group of inexplicable creatures helping him secretly. Maybe this method of monitoring Severus is what they provide." Dumbledore was caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, he didn't want Harry's blood to be taken away. On the other hand, he was worried that Snape's identity would be exposed and he would be killed on the spot by Tom's unknown means. Chapter 562, Let's Drug Harry Potter. If they are those creatures. Dumbledore frowned worriedly. If they are really the same as the vampires recorded in Muggle books, then their lifespan must have been very long. In such long years, it's not surprising that we can develop any magical methods. If one has a lifespan of thousands of years, then even a pig should become a sperm. Of course, these vampires are not inferior to pigs, so Snape's matter becomes very difficult. Dumbledore was now defusing a time bomb, not knowing which thread to cut. If things go wrong, Snape will have to pick up the lunch on the spot. "Actually, I have an idea," Blake said suddenly. "What can be done?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and asked quickly. He knew Blake could be relied upon at critical moments. "I'm going to give Harry some poison," Blake said thoughtfully. Dumbledore looked at Blake in surprise. "Poison? Are you—" "It's not just poison. It's better to add some curse. After Harry's blood is filled with poison and curse, sit back and watch as Severus sends Harry's blood back to his former boss." Blake expressed his thoughts. Since Snape's identity cannot be exposed directly, it is also difficult to fool Tom into not taking action. Then simply let Snape complete the task that Tom threatened him to complete. In this way, Snape was saved and Tom was satisfied. Of course, only Harry had to suffer a little. Once Tom is resurrected with that questionable blood, it'll be fun to watch. Dumbledore frowned again. "Although your method sounds good, but it is very difficult to operate. For example, where are you going to find such a poison that won't harm Harry and that won't be detected by Tom and others? What's more, you have to add a curse to it. The method is a good method, but the operation is. After all, Tom himself was very good at potions, and in addition, he had those sexual objects on his side. If there is any problem with this blood, the possibility of being seen through is very high. Once he is seen through, Snape, who got the blood back, will definitely be regarded as a traitor by the angry Voldemort, and he will be the first to be stabbed. In that case, it would not mean that Snape's life was not saved." Blake said, "I will arrange the potion. Of course, if we want to be safer, maybe we can also add ingredients directly to the blood that Snape got, and skip the step of drugging Harry. In that case, the medicine can be more powerful because we don't have to worry about whether it will affect Harry's health. However, this also has a disadvantage. That is, we don't know when Severus will get Harry's blood. I'll figure it out. We'll know when he takes action," Dumbledore said confidently. "However, the premise is that we need to communicate with Severus so that he can cooperate with us." Blake shook his head and said, "It's best not to. We shouldn't contact him rashly until we fully understand how he is being monitored." Dumbledore pondered for a moment and then said decisively, "Well, I'll leave the medicine for the hands and feet to you. After you get it done, give it to me, and I will try to put the medicine in. Also, I still need to find a way to confirm whether Severus is really being monitored. If so, then I also need to confirm to what extent he is being monitored. We will do both at the same time." Dumbledore and Blake discussed in the headmaster's office for a while before Blake left. Blake knew that Dumbledore's verification of his statement was not a sign of distrust in him, but something he had to do. After all, Blake also knows that he himself is not a god, and there is a possibility of guessing wrong. Of course, given Snape's various abnormal behaviors tonight, there was not even a letter sent to Marion Orphanage, which was enough to show that the possibility of Snape being involuntarily was very high. Otherwise, how could he be so relieved about little Lily? Hogwarts, which had been quiet for a summer, became busy again. "Earl, in the morning, students began to rush to the auditorium to have breakfast and then hurried to the classroom. Of course, the topic about the Four Powers tournament was mentioned the most. However, the busyness of Hogwarts does not belong to Blake, who does not have classes yet. Blake spent the whole night wet again for the potion that could make Voldemort fall. When the first ray of morning light enters the window, Blake finally made the potion in front of him become as clear as water, colorless and odorless, and mixed with 60 or 70 kinds of curses. Once Voldemort is resurrected with blood mixed with this poison, he will suffer the same consequences. Thinking of this, Blake is still looking forward to Voldemort using this thing to resurrect him. Blake carefully put the poison into a transparent vial, put a label on it, and asked his house elf baker, who was always on call, to deliver it to Dumbledore. After finishing his work, Blake breathed a sigh of relief and put away the Secrets of Advanced Black Magic next to him. There is no other way. If you want to get a suitable potion, you have to start researching the method of resurrecting Voldemort. In this book, since the refining method of the soul weapon is recorded, it also naturally records how to be resurrected in the wandering soul state. The method of using the bones of the father, the blood of the enemy, and the flesh of the servant to revive actually comes from this book. After Blake packed his things, he planned to have a good sleep. Although the energy-boosting potion is very useful, but it also has its limits. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the office door, causing Blake to stop heading to the bedroom. Then he remembered what he had forgotten. Outside the office door were Cassandra and Hermione. With the help of the gold finger gifted by Blake, these two have completely mastered all the Hogwarts courses in the last school year. Therefore, they can only learn new knowledge from Blake, an idle person. Good morning. Blake greeted the two girls slightly awkwardly, with two panda eyes and a chicken head. I guess you didn't sleep last night? Cassandra said, raising her little head. Yes, I'm just getting ready to go to bed, Blake said tiredly. It seems that we have to find something to do by ourselves today. Go to bed quickly. I feel like you are going to faint in the next second. Hermione frowned and said, I'm sorry, because something happened last night. I had to work a little extra night shift. Well, today you study by yourself first. You can read the books here as you like. If you don't understand anything, yes, you can write it down first, and then I can answer it for you when I wake up. Blake said, taking out a suitcase from under his desk. This suitcase was exactly the one given to him by the Grindelwald team. Although it looks like just a suitcase, in fact, it is an extra-large space storage box that has been cast a traceless expansion spell. There are many books in the box, which can be called a small library. Cassandra and Hermione had no problem with this. They had both seen the suitcase and even looked through the books in it. Let us watch whatever you want. Yes, choose what you like to study. Blake said, in fact, your basic knowledge is already very solid. Next, it's time for you to choose the subject you want to study next. Hermione put down her school bag and nodded. Okay, then I'll make you breakfast first. You can eat before going to bed. Otherwise, if you sleep until night, you will be hungry all day, which is not good for your stomach. Cassandra pursed her lips and watched Hermione busy, and did not express her own opinion. After all, she is really not good at cooking. Okay, Blake pulled a chair and sat down. After a whole night of tense thinking, Blake felt endless sleepiness at this time. Cassandra sat next to Blake, and suddenly she saw a piece of parchment on the table. You called me here so early just to send me 10 paintings. Snape looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Dumbledore smiled. Indeed, the person in this painting is the founder of Practical Potion Master, the Potion Master 300 years ago, Holmes Lyle. When I got this painting, I was pleasantly surprised to find that Mr. Lyle in the painting still has extremely rich knowledge and experience in potion science. Just a little conversation has benefited me a lot. So I think this painting is very suitable for you, Severus. Blake said it very well. Research should not be done behind closed doors. It is great to have one more person to communicate with, even if this person is just an oil painting with rich experience. Dumbledore said, and handed over the oil painting in his hand. When Snape heard the words, research cannot be done behind closed doors, the corner of his eye jumped slightly. This weak reaction happened to be keenly captured by Dumbledore, who was paying close attention to his expression. Snape looked at Dumbledore deeply and did not refuse Dumbledore's kindness. He took Mr. Lyle and left. After walking out of the headmaster's office, Snape's heart was beating wildly, because what Dumbledore said just now was exactly what Blake said to him last night. That is to say, Blake and Dumbledore already knew his situation. Snape glanced at the oil painting in his hand, and Mr. Lyle was smiling and winking at him. Snape's mouth twitched slightly, and then he put the oil painting away and strode to his office. Dumbledore was still sitting upright in his seat. He took off his half-moon glasses tiredly and rubbed his eyes. Now he has the answer. He is basically sure that Blake's guess is correct. In addition to noticing Snape's expression, it was also because he accepted the oil painting. Snape has always been proud, especially in the potion science he is good at. He himself has improved many potion formulas, and he feels backward and even sneers at the potion knowledge of hundreds of years ago. How could he accept a portrait of a potion master from hundreds of years ago hanging in his office, giving instructions on his potions all day long? But Snape accepted it today, without even a word of resistance. And things might be much more serious than last night's guess, because Dumbledore found that when Snape was talking to him, he was still using the brain block technique at a high frequency. According to Dumbledore's understanding of Snape, when Snape used the brain block technique, his speech speed would involuntarily become slower because he had to conceive false memories in his mind. And just now, Snape was using the brain block technique. Normally, even a major occlumency practitioner master would not continue to maintain occlumency like this. Snape had never used occlumency in this way when talking to himself in the past. Therefore, Snape's occlumency is not protecting himself. So, what was the reason why Snape had to maintain occlumency for a long time and did not dare to relax for a moment? Dumbledore had a guess that took less than a second. Could it be that Voldemort possessed Snape just like Quirrell? However, Dumbledore quickly shook his head and denied this bad guess. Voldemort now has a temporary body. Breaking free from his existing body again would be very harmful to him, and Voldemort would not do that. Moreover, after being driven out of Quirrell's body last time, he no longer has the ability to possess anyone. Therefore, Voldemort must have tried some trick on Snape. According to Dumbledore's speculation about Snape's performance, this method can not only hear and see what Snape is doing, but also very likely to spy on Snape's thinking. Otherwise, everyone would have gone to their office, which was an absolutely safe place for Zhao Zhao, but Snape still said nothing. However, since Snape accepted the oil painting, he naturally understood what he meant. Dumbledore took out a portrait from the drawer that was similar to the oil painting just now, but this oil painting was empty, with only a background and no figures. This was one of the methods Dumbledore used to spy on the inside. Once Snape hangs the oil painting in his office, most of Snape's affairs will be under his supervision. Suddenly, Mr. Lyle appeared in the oil painting in Dumbledore's hand. "Professor Albus, Snape hung my oil painting." Dumbledore's eyebrows widened. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lyle." "But," Mr. Lyle said hesitantly, "he covered my oil painting with cloth again." Dumbledore heard this, thought for a moment, and then continued, "It's okay. You stay over there, and you can tell me what you hear." "Okay." Mr. Lyle disappeared into the painting again. Dumbledore put the painting into the drawer again. "Is it covered? Is the situation serious enough?" He hesitated for a moment, then called softly, "Mr. Baker, are you still there?" Bang! Baker, the house elf who had just delivered medicine to Dumbledore, appeared in front of Dumbledore again. "Sir, do you have any other orders?" Baker blinked at Dumbledore with eyes as big as tennis balls. Can you do something for me?" "Of course. However, Baker may have to ask Master Blake for instructions," Baker said seriously. "Oh, of course." Dumbledore made no objection. "So, sir, what do you want from Baker?" "I want you to help me keep an eye on Professor Snape." Chapter 563. Snape became the new Horcrux? Oh, that's it. Blake rubbed his head, which was aching from sleep, and listened to Beck's report to him in a daze. It's okay for Severus to put up the oil painting. In fact, as long as he accepts the oil painting, it shows that he already knows that we understand the situation. Blake picked up a glass of refreshing potion and drank it, and the headache caused by staying up all night gradually subsided. Master Blake, Professor Dumbledore asked Baker to help secretly observe Professor Snape. Do you want CK to follow the principal's order? It's okay. Just do as he said. Blake's eyes regained consciousness. Master Blake, Baker will naturally follow your orders, Master. However, if Baker is busy, who can help Baker take care of Master? Baker looked at Blake with concern. When he came back just now, he found Blake's messy bedroom and almost fainted from shame. Letting the Master's bedroom become so messy is simply the biggest sin for a house elf. No matter how busy you are with other things, you can't forget your essential work. Oh, it's okay. It's better to be chaotic. I'm used to it. Go quickly. The task Professor Dumbledore has given you is very important. Also, you must pay attention to safety. Blake has a lot of secrets, so he is unwilling to let others enter his bedroom casually, even the school's house elf, so his bedroom has not been tidied up. Yes, Beck understands. Hearing what Blake said, Beck couldn't hold on any longer. He snapped his fingers and disappeared into Blake's bedroom. Blake climbed out of bed and looked out the window. At this time, the sky outside the window was completely dark, and I slept from 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening. Blake rubbed his hungry stomach and walked out of his bedroom. In the office, Cassandra and Hermione had gone back. On the table, a dinner was being kept warm by magic, and a stack of papers was pressed under the dinner. Blake picked up the paper and looked at it. It turned out that Cassandra and Hermione found unclear questions while reading today. Seeing that Blake was still awake, they had no choice but to leave the question. When Hermione left, she left a dinner for Blake. I have to say, Hermione's dinner was really thoughtful. While Blake was eating, he turned over the paper in his hand, planning to write down the answers for them on the paper after dinner. Suddenly, Blake's hand that was turning the paper paused. He pulled out a piece of parchment from the middle and looked at it carefully. This piece of parchment was the long, simplified version of the transformation potion recipe he used to test Snape last night. However, this transformation potion formula is now different from before. If the original formula for the transformation potion was only a semi-finished product that was half-researched, then now it has become somewhat complete. Blake looked at the extra lines of slender letters on the paper and immediately figured out whose handwriting it was. This is Cassandra's handwriting, and although this potion formula has only made a little progress, at Cassandra's current age, she can still calculate the formula to this extent without experiments. Has been very difficult. Blake grinned. This level was much better than Snape's at the same age. So wouldn't Cassandra be more suitable to take the path of a potions master? Blake put down the fork in his hand, picked up the pen, and started writing and drawing on this recipe. Because Cassandra modified the version as the base, a completely perfect simplified version of the transformation potion was released soon. The simplified version of the transformation potion made with this potion recipe cannot directly transform magical animals into humans like the original version, but it can easily give magical animals a way to change their body shape at any time. Elementary shape-shifting experience. This ability can be to grow larger or smaller, or to change the shape of a certain part of the body at will. Of RSC, the degree of transformation depends on the magic power of each magical animal. The stronger the magic power of a magical animal, the more forms it can transform into. Blake's original intention in doing this was to give magical animals the ability to work. Think about it. Wouldn't it be more efficient if Dabao's claws could temporarily change into the shape of human hands and work? But now it seems that it may be possible to make some magical animals that had to be hidden because of the big warning, shrink their bodies and move in some specific locations. However, this is not the time to do this yet. Blake has some serious things to do tonight. After he hurriedly finished his dinner, he took out a lot of materials on the table and started working clinkingly. Dabao stood up with sleepy eyes and glanced at Blake, who was busy, then turned over and hugged the stupid snake again and fell asleep. It's so fast to sleep with this thing in my arms. Otomoto. Snape looked at the potion in front of him that gradually turned into light blue and sprinkled a handful of powder. The light blue potion instantly turned into a penetrating purple and also emitted a faint fluorescence, reflecting his pale face into purple. Suddenly, Snape's face twitched because a sentence suddenly came into his mind. "What? Why are you covering the painting that old fellow Dumbledore gave you?" Snape tried his best to maintain the occlumency and answered cautiously in his mind. At Hogwarts, all the paintings are Dumbledore's spy. Only by covering them up can our secrets be protected from prying eyes. "Oh, really?" The voice in my heart sounded again. "Then why did you accept this painting?" "Dumbledore gave me paintings, but I refused to accept them. When working around him, even if I knew he was going to send me an eyeliner, I had to pretend to be stupid and accept it. Dumbledore's wariness towards me was actually never there. Then, if you cover it up, won't it make Dumbledore even more suspicious?" The voice in his heart sounded. "Well, of course it won't work like this for a long time. I'll just deal with it like this temporarily. When he asks, I'll just say that I forgot to open the painting. This way, he won't doubt me." "Put it off as long as you can," Snape said cautiously in his mind. "No, according to my investigation, Dumbledore should have trusted you very much over the years, so you can't do anything to arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. Anyway, we want you to do things like this will not be done in this office, so you'd better unwrap the black cloth now and hang the painting on the wall, so as not to arouse Dumbledore's suspicion." "Okay." Snape used all his strength to perform occlumency, suppressing the joy of success that arose in his heart, and calmly walked to the painting covered with black cloth and slowly hit him breath. The ground opened the black cloth. Snape couldn't lift the black cloth by himself. He had to ask the other party to order him to lift the black cloth in order to eliminate all suspicion. This was not easy. "Good evening, Professor Snape." In the portrait, Mr. Lyle greeted Snape warmly. "Oh, are you brewing a refreshing potion?" "Ah, I think this color is awesome." Snape frowned. Sure enough, he still couldn't stand this kind of self-righteous old guy who didn't know that he was outdated and pointed at his potion, if it weren't for the convenience of Dumbledore. "Get information." Snape returned to the table without saying a word and looked at the potion on the table. While running occlumency, he also had to think about issues that could not be observed under the cover of occlumency. This consumed a lot of Snape's energy. There was indeed something wrong with this pot of refreshing potion. Feeling the strange thoughts in his mind gradually dissipate, Snape couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after the World Cup finals, Snape was once again blocked in her home by Bella and a group of dark wizards. This time, in addition to some temporarily subdued dark wizards, she was accompanied by Barty Jr. and that man. At that time, Snape was extremely happy that he had transferred little Lily to the Marian orphanage. Although that man has become completely different from before. In other words, he has become astonishingly weak. However, with Barty Jr. and Bella, two powerful Death Eaters by his side, Snape knew that he could not kill him with one blow. If you miss, you may be surrounded and killed by Bella and Barty Jr. with a group of dark wizards. Even if you can beat these people, you have a chance to lead them away calmly if you pull them. Therefore, Snape had no choice but to deliberately surrender in front of that man, as always. Voldemort was very satisfied with Snape's performance. So, for the rest of the summer vacation, Voldemort and the others hid in Snape's house. When the holidays gradually came to an end, Hogwarts was about to start school. Snape also got his new mission. That is, find a way to send Harry Potter to Voldemort and then use his blood to resurrect him. Of course, this was something Blake and Dumbledore couldn't think of. Logically speaking, it would be the simplest and most cost-effective method to just let Snape steal Harry's blood back. But Blake and the others underestimated Voldemort's obsession. Voldemort wanted more than just resurrection. He decided to kill Harry Potter with his own hands after his resurrection, to prove in front of his men that his defeat by Harry was just a ridiculous rumor. It was also to break the terrible psychological shadow in his heart. It can be said that Harry, who resisted Voldemort's curse as a baby, has become the person Voldemort must kill with his own hands. Even without the original prophecy, he would have done this in 10 days. Snape accepted the task calmly and planned to discuss what to do with Dumbledore after school started. But Voldemort doesn't trust him as much as he appears. I don't know what method he used to get a piece of Barty's soul into his head. In this way, all his actions are exposed in front of little Barty. If his occlumency had not reached an extremely high level, Snape would have been exposed on the day the soul fragment was implanted. Snape guessed that this corner of the soul might have been split from Barty Jr.'s soul by Voldemort based on the Horcrux-making method and stuffed directly into his head. If Barty Jr. hadn't murdered anyone at that time, Snape would have suspected that he had become Barty Jr.'s Horcrux. But this is completely normal. Voldemort will not truly trust anyone except himself. Even Barty Jr. is the same. Therefore, of course, Voldemort would not tell Barty the secret of his immortality so easily. However, even so, Voldemort's method also made Snape feel constrained, because now little Barty completely shares his vision and part of his thinking that was blocked by occlumency. Even at a critical moment, he can detonate the fragment of his soul and kill himself. At this level, it was undoubtedly a great challenge for Snape to convey information to Dumbledore and the others without exposing himself. On the night of the school dinner, Snape was still in the office using occlumency to deal with Barty Jr.'s thoughts and thinking about what to do. The matter was urgent, and there was an urgent need for a way to break the situation. Of course, Snape couldn't leisurely cook a potion or something like before. However, at that moment, Blake suddenly came to visit. Snape knew that this guy was extremely smart. As long as he did something slightly different from usual, the other party would definitely notice it. However, Snape was also worried that if he went too far, Barty Jr., who was secretly watching, would find out. In fact, Snape was worried that Blake would directly ask why he was so abnormal. In that case, the enemy will definitely be alerted. Fortunately, that guy Blake is still as smart as ever. When Snape was dealing with Blake, he was also clearly aware of the other person's tie-in. Until the end, when Blake left, he asked about the Guangzhou Yao that he was ashamed to talk about. Blake hasn't mentioned that drug in a long time, and of course he won't mention it tonight for no reason. Therefore, Snape deliberately said that he was still taking it. Blake, who knew that he had stopped taking the medicine long ago, did not point out the problem, but persuaded himself to take the medicine in an appropriate amount. Snape felt that this was a signal from Blake that he understood his situation. Even so, Snape was so worried that he couldn't sleep on his first night at Hogwarts. What if Blake understands it wrong? What if they act rashly? Or what if Blake actually doesn't understand anything and asks himself those questions just to satisfy his bad taste? However, early the next morning, after receiving Dumbledore's invitation, Snape knew that the matter had changed. Sure enough, Dumbledore also tested himself, for example, giving himself a portrait of the potions master he hated most. And Snape also responded, for example, without hesitation. He showed off the oil painting that he would never accept before. After knowing that Dumbledore and the others were aware of his situation, Snape secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, how to convey information to Dumbledore and the others while hiding it from Barty Jr.? His consciousness is still his biggest problem. Snape, you can even make a mistake with such a simple, refreshing potion. This is not your level. In his mind, Barty's consciousness that had faded suddenly came back again. Snape raised his spirits and knew that the test was still going on. How could Barty leave a gap for him to take advantage of? His mind was always watching him. I just want to test whether dragon bone powder can enhance the energy-boosting potion. It's just an experiment, Snape said without changing his expression. Chapter 564, Shock in Dumbledore's Control Room. Blake packed the pile of things on the table into a suitcase. Then he took out a map of Hogwarts Castle and drew circles on it with a pen. After a long while, when it was completely finished, he took a look at his watch. At this time, it was past 12 o'clock in the evening. However, Blake did not choose to rest, but left his office overnight. Blake strode down the corridors of Hogwarts Castle and headed straight to the Hogwarts kitchen. A few minutes later, "It's the great Mr. Blake Green." "It's really Mr. Green, sir. Do you need a midnight snack?" The house elves in the kitchen immediately became excited after discovering Blake. There are elves here talking to Blake, and those elves over there have begun to carry tables, chairs, and benches skillfully. The food that had been kept fresh and warm by magic had already been placed on the table before Blake could react. Blake did not refuse the kindness of these elves, but sat down generously and started eating happily. Anyway, it's a little long since it's time for dinner, and Blake always has a big appetite. Ah, who grilled this lamb chop? It's so delicious. Oh, these puffs! So crispy and crispy. The cream inside is delicate and sweet, so delicious. Soon, these little elves were excited by Blake's sweet mouth. Wait until Blake stood up with a burp. These elves have fallen into a state of risking everything for Blake. There is no way. House elves are such magical creatures and are easy to coax. If Cassandra and the others were so easy to coax. Ahem, I'm going too far. Mr. Green, do you need anything else from us? Maybe you need some fruit? An elf asked excitedly. No, thank you. I'm very full now. Thank you very much for your warm hospitality. Oh, the great Mr. Green is saying thank you to us. He is so kind. The elves almost fainted with excitement. Actually, I do have a little favor and need your help. I wonder if you are willing? Blake said with a smile. Of course I am willing. Please give me your orders, Mr. Green. Blake took out the bag from before, as well as the map marked by himself. Early the next morning, Blake woke up. I can't help it. I slept too much in 2 days. However, because of this, Blake seems to be in high spirits today. By the time Cassandra and Hermione arrived at the office, Blake had already prepared breakfast for them. Hermione, thank you for the pear dinner. Blake smiled. It's nothing. I'm just afraid that you'll starve to death. Hermione said nonchalantly, but the smile on her face was so obvious that even Dabao could see it. Cassandra felt a little glum when Blake thanked Hermione. However, it was hard for her to say anything. After all, she did not help Butai with anything yesterday. However, Blake's voice sounded again. Also, Cassandra, I have to thank you very much. Ah? Me? Cassandra pointed to herself in surprise. She remembered that she didn't do anything yesterday that was worthy of Blake's gratitude. Did you forget this? Blake took out the improved potion formula. You helped me improve the formula of this transformation potion. Thanks to your help, I was able to perfect it in a short time. Cassandra suddenly realized that it was that one, but Cassandra understood very well, saying that because she had improved, Blake could improve, etc. It was all said in a nice way. With Blake's level of potions, how could he need his help? Maybe what he wrote on the recipe yesterday actually slowed down Blake's research process. However, Cassandra felt sweet in her heart when she thought that Blake was so considerate of herself, and even took this matter out to thank her. You will make me happy. Cassandra blinked her big emerald eyes and looked at the formula handed over by Blake with pleasure. Okay, you guys have breakfast first. Later, I will explain to you the problems you left yesterday. Blake took out the questions Cassandra and the others left yesterday. The whole morning passed, and Blake patiently taught his 2 closed disciples. It wasn't until noon that Blake left the office and found Dumbledore in the principal's office. Dumbledore was having lunch in his office. However, on his desk, there is an empty oil painting. Obviously, Dumbledore was still paying attention to Snape's movements. Come on, have you had lunch? Dumbledore asked. D.E. Let's go together then. In order not to waste time, I have to ask the elf to help you get a share. No, I brought lunch. Blake took out a lunchbox from his pocket. Okay, let's talk while eating. Then, the two began to talk about last night's discussion. Mr. Lyle told me today that Severus removed the black cloth covering his portrait last night, Dumbledore said. Well, this means that Severus has found a way to proactively expose his whereabouts to you without arousing suspicion. Blake nodded. But, does this mean that they are not afraid of what we see? Dumbledore frowned. Obviously, their plan will not be carried out in the office. In fact, we still need to know what happened to Severus and how he was controlled. Blake said solemnly. What are you going to do? Dumbledore asked. Just letting the house elves keep an eye on Severus is not the answer. I think something must have happened to Severus at his home in Spider End Alley. You want to visit his home? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Indeed, if Tom does find Snape in his home, then there's a good chance they're still there. We can't look directly like this, Blake said. We have to observe secretly. If our whereabouts are exposed, Tom will definitely guess that Severus has conveyed the news to us. After all, there's no reason for us to be at Severus's house. Yeah, we still don't know what kind of fatal hazard they left in Severus. Dumbledore sighed. After we finish eating, I'll show you something first, and then we'll go to Spider End Alley. After Blake finished speaking, he took a big bite of the noodles in his lunchbox. What? Something that can completely target Severus, Blake said. Otherwise, whether it's an oil painting or a house elf, there are too many blind spots that can't keep an eye on him. Okay. Dumbledore also started cooking faster. A few minutes later, Blake led Dumbledore out of the headmaster's office and then stopped in front of the door of the room of requirement. Give me a quiet room. Blake muttered silently, walking back and forth 3 times. After a while, a doorknob appeared on the blank wall. Dumbledore smiled and said, "The room of requirement, the most interesting room in Hogwarts." Blake smiled bitterly and shook his head. Dumbledore indeed knew this room. In other words, Dumbledore knew all about the plants and animals he had planted in the room before. Dumbledore and Blake walked into the room of requirement together. Now, the room has become a quiet room. There was a comfortable sofa in the room and a table in front of the sofa. There were also several empty coffee pots and coffee cups on the table. It seems that the room of requirement thought Blake needed it, just a room to rest in the afternoon. I need a bigger room, Blake whispered. 0. The room of requirement immediately changed, from the size of an ordinary room to a large room that could accommodate hundreds of people. Blake nodded with satisfaction and quickly cleared the wall opposite the sofa. He took out a package from his pocket, then pulled out his wand and tapped it lightly. The next second, hundreds of mirrors automatically flew out of the package and were automatically hung on the wall in order. Dumbledore's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at the mirrors in shock. Those mirrors did not reflect the scene in the room, but showed scenes from various places in the castle. Sorry, Professor, it's urgent. So, I asked the school's house elves to help and installed this kind of surveillance mirror in every corner of the school. Although, it may infringe on some people's privacy. But, I can't care about so much now. Dumbledore discovered that the first mirror showed the scene in Snape's office. The second mirror showed the corridor at the door of Snape's office, and the third mirror showed the stairs. It can be said that once Snape comes out of his office, no matter where he goes in the castle, there will be a mirror where he can see his figure. Dumbledore looked carefully at the mirror on the wall. At this time, Snape was brewing a potion in his office. It's just that his movements are much slower than before. Oh, this is really a big project, Dumbledore said with emotion. But I have to say, this is very helpful to us. Blake was right before. Whether it was an oil painting or a house elf stalking Snape alone, there might be blind spots that could not be monitored. Therefore, such a monitoring room is very important. I will let Baker continue to monitor Severus. After all, these surveillance mirrors cannot hear the sound. He may be able to hear some useful information. As for these surveillance mirrors, I suggest you find some house elves in the school who specialize in this room remotely monitored Severus. Did you do this all in one night? Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. That's not true. I built these mirrors overnight, then asked the house elves to help decorate them, and then I went back to sleep. Blake said a little embarrassed. I have to think of a way to thank them properly next time. Chapter 565, Voldemort. Where is my Horcrux? Where is my huge Horcrux? How much did this entire set of equipment cost? Dumbledore asked. Although Blake didn't take the initiative to mention it, Dumbledore had to mention it, because these mirror monitoring systems most likely use the same principle as a double-sided mirror. Double-sided mirrors are notoriously expensive. As the principal, he can't let Blake pay for this kind of thing at his own expense. Oh, don't worry about that. Blake waved his hand. These materials were obtained by opening treasure chests over many years, but they really didn't cost a penny. Moreover, as Blake becomes more and more famous now, he can get a lot of low-level treasure chests every day. He saved all these low-level treasure boxes because after testing, it was only in these low-level treasure boxes that the probability of materials appearing was greatest. If these low-level treasure chests were all used to synthesize, it would be a big mistake if there was a shortage of alchemy materials later. For the sake of caution, some strategic reserves must be left. After all, many materials that are already extremely rare in this world can be easily found in treasure chests. No, you have to give me a number. I can't let you bear this yourself. Dumbledore still insisted. Is there any reason to let children pay for things? Even if Blake is not short of money, then Dumbledore still wants to save face. Blake made it directly from the materials. How could he have thought about how much it was worth? Why don't we calculate this after we finish our work? Okay, don't forget it. Dumbledore looked at the surveillance mirror on the wall again. Well, Professor, you won't blame me for using these things. After all, this does damage everyone's privacy. 150. No, Blake, this is very important to Hogwarts. With these things, at least I don't have to worry about every student having a bad guy to cause trouble. Dumbledore said helplessly. In fact, if it were Dumbledore before, he would definitely feel that it was not a good idea to do this, but now, almost every school year comes up with something big, and then he worries about it endlessly. If there had been this monitoring room a few years ago, why wouldn't he need to be so worried? Besides, what does it mean to sacrifice a little bit of personal privacy for the benefit of everyone? I will find a new place to set up a surveillance room later. Of course, I will not use the surveillance room at will, unless something happens. Dumbledore said. I will also upgrade the functions of these surveillance mirrors in the future. I think if they all have the same playback function as those 10 gold galleons telescopes in the World Cup. Dumbledore's eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, if something happens, we can also look at the playback of the surveillance mirror to restore what happened at that time. That's right, Blake nodded. Surveillance devices that can record videos seem to have appeared in the Muggle world now. Therefore, it is the same if it is directly applied to the Wizarding world. Blake already had an idea at this time, and he had many intelligence organization house elves under his command. In addition to spreading out to serve as eyes and ears, there are still many idle workers working and training in factories in space. If he quietly placed such surveillance mirrors throughout the Wizarding world, would he be able to replicate a complete Sky Eye system? Just let the free house elves observe. By then, Blake's intelligence system will be truly pervasive. Otherwise, like now, at most Blake can only know the information of the place where the house elves exist. Dumbledore sighed. Blake, with this set of alchemical products, Hogwarts can truly be regarded as the safest place in the Wizarding world. 5 minutes later, after Blake taught Dumbledore how to use these monitoring mirrors, they left the room of requirement. Dumbledore will move the equipment inside later. And now, they have an urgent thing to do. Their first task now is to find out what happened to Snape. Go to Spinner's End to scout and see if Voldemort and others are still hiding in Snape's house. Maybe they can get some clues about what happened to Snape there. We have to find out what happened before Friday, otherwise, Blake said as he walked. Well, Friday is Harry's potions class, right? Dumbledore said. I'll keep an eye on Severus, and at the critical moment, I'll find a way to put your medicine into the potion. Professor, are you sure? Blake asked worriedly. Ha, I certainly have a way. Dumbledore said with a smile. Snape's father is a Muggle, so his home is actually located in a Muggle neighborhood, and this Muggle neighborhood is called Spinner's End, a dirty neighborhood. If there were no creepy black magic items beside the street, this place is no different from Nocturne Alley. Of course, this place may also be called Nocturne Alley 2 in the Muggle world. When Dumbledore and Blake appeared here, they both wore black cloaks specially designed by Blake. This black cloak can greatly reduce their presence. People can't see their faces under the cloak clearly. Muggles will not be aware of their existence. Even if they pass by them, they will not notice them. As for wizards, it is normal for a few dark wizards to appear in such a place. After all, no one would associate the two guys in black cloaks in front of them with the headmaster and new professor of Hogwarts. Dumbledore tightened his black cloak in confusion. In fact, he had lived an upright life, but this was the first time he had hidden his identity in such a hidden way. However, considering that this reconnaissance must not be exposed, Dumbledore had to do this. "There is no breath of those creatures around," Blake said softly. "Yeah." Dumbledore also found it. He did not find any magical fluctuations similar to Dracula in this street. Originally, they thought that this alley had been filled with vampire spies. Dumbledore knew the location of Snape's house, so he took the lead and led the way. However, they were soon disappointed. Snape's house was empty. "No wonder there is no one here to follow," Blake said. "It turns out that they all left." Well, this is also in line with Tom's cautious character. After all, once Severus fails, this place will be the first thing we think of. Dumbledore said softly, "Shall we go in and take a look?" "Okay." After carefully checking the surroundings and finding that there was no one around, or rather, there were no other wizards, they just broke into Snape's house. After searching for a while, Blake suddenly said, "Maybe they haven't been away for long. The teapot is still hot." Dumbledore frowned. "It seems we are indeed a step late." "Where do you think Tom will go if he leaves here?" Blake asked. Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed with wisdom. He must want to be resurrected at any time now, so he will choose a place that can resurrect him in time. For example, Old Tom's ancestral home and Old Tom's bones are also in that place. "Professor, in fact, Tom Feng's skeleton has disappeared. I just came to see it not long ago." "Is that so?" Dumbledore thought for a while, and then said, "No matter what, we will go and have a look. If they are not in Old Tom's ancestral home, I think he might go back to the Gaunt family's ancestral home. After all, based on my understanding of Tom, he must go back to see if his Horcrux is still there." "Then I think he must be very surprised." Blake smiled. "No, impossible." Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded in Gaunt's old house. How could something be missing? After Bella temporarily lifted several curses according to his method, she did not find the Gaunt ring that should have been inside. Both Bella and Barty looked at the frantic Voldemort with a little confusion, because they didn't know what Voldemort had lost. They were so angry that they were like this. Of course, only Voldemort himself knows what he lost. What he lost was his own life, a life worthy of the name. Combined with the golden cup that Bella lost before, that's 2 lives. Of course, his Horcrux couldn't be thrown away for no reason. Someone must have taken it away. So who took away his Horcrux? Is it Dumbledore? He discovered my secret? Or is it Grindelwald who knew my true identity after seeing my gold cup? A long-lost feeling of fear surged into Voldemort's heart again. That was the fear of death. Just when Voldemort was guessing, Bella suddenly said, "Master, there is writing here." "Let me see," Voldemort said angrily. He had a hunch that this trace of learning must have been left by that shameful thief. I said, "Show me," Voldemort ordered. Bella had no choice but to hold Voldemort so that he could see clearly the beard in the cabinet where the ring was originally stored. I saw a line of familiar fonts written on the door of the cabinet. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I took the things. Guess who I am? BG. Ah, if this body wasn't too weak and lacked vitality, Voldemort would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood. BIG, and this familiar font. Who else but that bastard Blake Green? Blake Green, traitor, shameful traitor. I'm going to kill you." Barty Jr. and Bella looked at each other. Is it Blake Green again? How could that young man make his always confident and proud master so angry? At this time, Blake, who was still rushing to Old Tom's ancestral home, suddenly stopped, because he heard a special system broadcast in his mind. Ding! An extremely angry emotion was detected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a silver treasure chest. Apart from Voldemort, there should be no one who could be extremely angry with him at this moment. Of course, Blake knew what he had done in the old Gaunt's ancestral home, so it was normal for Voldemort to be extremely angry. But, it's just a silver treasure chest? No, that's it? That's the Dark Lord? Although he knew that Voldemort might not be able to explode the treasure chest in his current state, Blake still had expectations for it, because of his identity as the Dark Lord. The worst thing is, there is always a golden treasure chest, right? Silver treasure chest. That's it? Professor, I think I know where Tom and the others are. Blake smiled. Some of the secret alchemy alarms I set up in Gaunt's old house were triggered. Blake couldn't say that he knew it through the system, so he had to use the alchemy items as an excuse again. However, considering that Blake had just built an amazing surveillance system, Dumbledore had no doubts. So, my guess is correct. Let's go and have a look near Gunter's old house. If they are really there, I will try my best to make preparations, Dumbledore muttered. Finding Voldemort's location and making preparations around it was the last resort. Dumbledore still hoped to solve Snape's problem at Hogwarts and then directly eliminate the unresurrected Voldemort. Otherwise, should we just rush in and kill Voldemort and the others? Dumbledore shook his head. He would never make this choice unless absolutely necessary. God knows if they will kill Snape 3.5 first before they are killed. Thinking about it this way, it would be safer to use some tricks in the resurrection materials for the devil. Dumbledore still believed in Blake's potion skills. At that time, even if a Voldemort with residual health is resurrected, it will be nothing. A moment later, the two of them appeared in the woods 200 meters away from Gunter's old house under the illusion curse. Blake took out 2 telescopes from his pocket and used magic to make them transparent before handing them to Dumbledore next to him. Soon they used telescopes to discover Bella, who had arranged concealment magic at the door of Gunter's old house. Since Bella was here, there was no doubt that Voldemort was also in the house. I'm looking for someone to keep an eye on this place, Blake said. Who are you looking for? This mission is too important. Once exposed, it will alert others. Dumbledore was a little embarrassed. It's impossible not to keep an eye on this place, but if you want someone to keep an eye on you, you're afraid of being discovered. After all, Voldemort has those elusive and mysterious creatures around him. It's okay. I'll find someone who has a legitimate reason to wander around to do it. Like a newly freed house elf. You mean the elf named Dobby from the Malfoy family? Well, yes, Dobby is a house elf. Tom and the others have always turned a blind eye to this race. They will not pay attention to this kind of creature. They probably won't pay much attention. Even if Dobby is discovered, then he won't alert others. He is an elf who has lost his job, and no matter where he appears, it is reasonable, isn't it? Then, would Dobby agree? Dumbledore asked. Blake grinned and said, yes, as long as we pay him a salary. Chapter 566. Peeves. The principal asked me to attack the professor? Is there such a good thing? Dobby promises that he will complete Master Blake's mission. Dobby screamed and happily disappeared into Blake's office with a complete set of equipment that Blake had prepared for him. Blake hired Dobby with a salary of 5 silver coins per week. He didn't want any more. In order to improve Dobby's mission success rate, Suke equipped Dobby with a complete set of house elf special equipment. Because Blake has many house elf intelligence agents under his command, these equipments are readily available. This kind of equipment was completely installed internally half a year ago. The products produced by Blake Industries are all high quality, and it is very simple to save a life with these equipment. Blake leaned back on his recliner and rubbed his eyes tiredly. Today is already Thursday, and tomorrow will be the time for Harry's potions class. This year's events may come to an end tomorrow. It depends on how Snape handles it. As for Voldemort's ending, it also depends on how Dumbledore puts his medicines into Harry's blood. However, the preparations that need to be made have been made. Time is short, so maybe the preparations are not sufficient, but whether the old bat can survive depends on tomorrow. Of course, Blake really didn't want the old bat to die. Although this guy has a bad personality, a dark psychology, and is full of dangerous black magic, but he is barely a good person, and he is also a high-quality treasure chest refresher. The most important thing is that he is little Lily's father. Blake decided to stay in the control room tomorrow and quietly observe the development of the group. Anyway, with the Dimension Gate, he can provide long-distance shuttle support in time. He rubbed his eyes, then took out a piece of parchment and began to study the ancient runes. In addition to Snape's affairs, he also wants to sell the ancient runes that can release the magic power of squibs for testing. The scope of release must be accurately limited to magic power. Otherwise, God knows whether what is released after drawing ancient runes on the arm is blood or something else. 19. Blake thought for a moment, then added several more ancient runes to a new piece of parchment. The next step is to connect these words in a suitable way. Connect. Link. Blake slowly put down the pen in his hand. He suddenly remembered Dracula's clones. Dracula controlled his clones. Didn't he have the ability to remotely control and monitor at the same time? How did Dracula do it? Could it be? Many of Dracula's clones were killed by Blake. Naturally, Blake could sense that something was dissipating in his body at the moment when these clones lost control. When that kind of thing dissipates, these clones are officially out of control. And that thing is the soul. In other words, it is a substance very similar to the soul. Blake instantly disappeared from the office and entered the private laboratory of the space. The newly captured clone was stored there by him. Entering the institute, Blake immediately conducted a detailed investigation of the clone. 10 minutes later, Blake seemed to know how Snape was being watched. Blake didn't waste any time. After returning to the office, he directly used the dimensional door to reach Dumbledore's office. At this time, it was already evening, and Dumbledore had just finished dinner and was listening to Mr. Lyle's report on Snape's movements today in the oil painting. After seeing Blake barging in, Dumbledore couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Did you find something?" Dumbledore reacted immediately. "Yes, I may know how Severus was monitored." Dumbledore immediately straightened up and asked happily, "You always bring surprises to us, Blake. If we can know about Severus's situation earlier, we will have a better chance of winning. Please tell me quickly." "That's it," Blake asked. "Professor, do you still remember the remnant of Tom's soul in Harry's mind?" Because Blake couldn't reveal the information about Dracula's clone yet, he could only use Harry as an example. But that was enough. "Of course I remember. Harry became a Horcrux, and you helped him clear out the remnant soul and gave Harry, who was originally in a dead situation, a new life." Dumbledore recalled what happened before. "Well, what I want to say is that when we discovered that Harry had a problem, it was because of his dreams. Do you still remember what his dreams were?" Blake said slowly. "His dream is Tom's vision." "Wait a minute." Dumbledore's eyes lit up. "You mean Severus is just like Harry back then? There is something in his mind that doesn't belong to him. Soul? Very possible, Professor," Blake said. "You know, Tom split his soul many times." "In other words, Tom turned Severus into his Horcrux?" Dumbledore frowned. "No, I don't think he will turn Severus into a Horcrux. Horcruxes are very important to Tom. They are equivalent to his other life. With his kind of person who will not believe anything, human character, it is impossible for him to turn Severus into a Horcrux that is vital to his life." Dumbledore nodded. "You are right. Moreover, Tom does not have the power to create a new Horcrux now. Then, could it be that he asked his Death Eaters to turn Severus into a Horcrux?" "Became a Horcrux?" Blake shook his head and said, "This possibility is also very low, because Tom believes that the Horcrux can make him immortal. Otherwise, he would not tear his soul apart like this. And people with immortality, one is enough. He will not allow another person to live as long as him in the world." Tom can be said to be an ultimate egoist. It is impossible for him to let others know knowledge such as the method of eternal life. In fact, Blake believes that the method of remotely monitoring people's thoughts and behaviors is the technology given to Tom by Dracula, because Tom may not know until now that he can turn people into Horcruxes. After all, Harry's transformation into a Horcrux was caused by him unintentionally. In the original book, he did not know this key information until his death. However, since Dracula's information could not be told to Dumbledore yet, Blake still used Horcruxes as an example. This may be a method that Tom came up with based on the creation of Horcruxes, putting a piece of soul into Severus's head. I just don't know whether it is Bella's soul fragment or a minibus. Tease. Dumbledore pondered for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. Only under such circumstances could Severus not tell anyone what happened to him. Only when your soul is invaded by other people's soul fragments will you need to maintain a clumency at all times. Dumbledore didn't know how long Snape could survive this long-term maintenance of a clumency. If this continues, even if he is not exposed, sooner or later he will go crazy due to excessive use of occlumency. But, although what Blake said is very likely, it is only a possibility. What if you guess wrong and use the wrong response method? Dumbledore was once again in a dilemma. It stands to reason that if Snape's situation could be understood, things would get better, but now, it only made him more confused. One look at Dumbledore's face, and Blake knew what he was worried about. "Professor, I have a way to make Severus communicate with us, and it's a way that won't be monitored." Hearing this, Dumbledore still seemed hesitant. If he guessed wrong, Blake's method might be counterproductive. "Professor, I know what you are worried about, but what I want to say is that with my method, even if I guess wrong, Severus will not be exposed," Blake said confidently. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and asked impatiently, "What method?" Blake asked, "Professor, under what circumstances does the soul fall into deep sleep?" Dumbledore said, "He should be sleeping or unconscious." Blake said with a smile, "That's right, so next, we have to let Severus fall asleep unexpectedly for a while. But just in case, to prevent me from guessing wrong and alerting the snake, we may have to make Severus suffer. Head." Dumbledore looked at Blake suspiciously. "You don't mean to attack Severus with the stunning curse, do you?" "Oh, no, Professor. How could you look at me like that? I wouldn't do that." "Then what are you going to do?" "The stun spell is too deliberate. We should make the whole thing a little more unexpected. For example, let Peeves help loosen a few screws on the chandelier. Ahem. Then Severus might be hit by the lamp and die." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, then let Peeves throw the cabinet around and then accidentally hit Professor Snape who was passing by." "Blake," Dumbledore said helplessly, "in that case, it would be better to let him be knocked unconscious by the lamp." Dumbledore now understood Blake's plan. That is, Snape fainted unexpectedly, and then they sent Snape to the school hospital for a physical examination. If there is another soul in Snape's mind, then, because it is parasitic on Snape's soul, and Snape becomes comatose, then the remnant soul will also be comatose, just like the remnant soul in Harry's brain that was also comatose last time. Same as soul. That way, they would have a chance to solve Snape's hidden dangers. Even if it doesn't work, you can wake up Snape's soul alone and have a good conversation about what to do next. And if Blake guessed wrong and Voldemort used other methods to monitor Snape, it would not alert him, because if Snape was seriously injured, it would be normal for Blake, a special therapist, to examine Snape. As long as Madame Pomfrey happens not to be in the school hospital in advance. But if he guessed wrong, Blake will naturally have the answer after he pretends to check it out. Being able to inspect it up close, Blake would definitely be able to tell if there was something going on in Snape's mind. How about, you pretend to be a student who was punished by Severus and then attack him in revenge? After all, you are still a student now. Dumbledore came up with an idea and tried to save Snape's life. If Snape really fell into Peeves' hands, he might die first. Blake looked at Dumbledore helplessly, feeling emotional. "You also know that this guy has offended many students. His injuries need to be serious to deceive Tom's surveillance," Blake said. "And I can completely cure him later. You have to trust my healing skills." Dumbledore was still shaking his head 290. "In fact, there is another situation called death on the spot. In that case, you will not be able to be cured later." "Don't worry, I'll watch from the side point. If you do it, you can definitely grasp the sense of proportion. Only if it is done by Peeves, it is the most natural and the least suspicious." "Alas," Dumbledore sighed, and then said, "Then how are you going to convince Peeves?" "You can do such a thing. Peeves still needs me to convince him?" Blake asked in surprise. "You really don't need convincing." Dumbledore chuckled. Blake was ready to take action. "Let's go then. I'll go find Peeves, and you go find Madame Pomfrey to say hello." But there is another question. Severus has been in the office at this time. How do you let him come out naturally enough? "How about I ask him to come over? Tell him if I have anything to do?" Dumbledore asked. "That may arouse Tom's suspicion. After all, if Severus meets with you, it must be the most sensitive thing for them. At that time, their vigilance will be heightened. Go to the highest level, which will easily expose you. What are you going to do?" Dumbledore asked. Well, it's not difficult. Let's just say that a Slytherin student fought with a Gryffindor student and injured 7 or 8 people. If he doesn't come out, he has to come out. Ha! If you think about it, it's quite plausible. Interesting. How about I go find the Weasley twins now? They are experts in causing trouble. No. There is no need to start a real fight. As long as there is such news, he will come out. Dumbledore quickly stopped Blake's dangerous thoughts. If they really fight, Minerva will have a headache. Moreover, now is the critical time to hold the 4-powerful tournament. This will not have a good impact. Okay, I thought this would be more realistic, Blake said regretfully. A battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor would be quite interesting. 5 minutes later, when Peeves was cornered by Blake in an empty classroom, he was almost frightened to the point of peeing. If ghosts could urinate and defecate, do me a favor, Blake said with a smile. What's the favor? Peeves is willing to help you. Now Blake has long surpassed Bloody Valor and become the person Peeves fears most. After all, this guy had suppressed him in a piece of parchment for the entire school year. He never wanted to try that feeling again. During the time he was sealed, he was so bored that he almost went crazy. You think of a way to knock Professor Snape out. If he's not knocked out completely, you know what I will do to you. Peeves's fearful eyes immediately radiated light again. Being asked to attack the professor? What a good thing. Chapter 567. Congratulations, you're dead. The blue potion was tumbling in the crucible. Snape quietly looked at an hourglass next to him. After the sand in the hourglass drained out, Snape immediately sprinkled a handful of viper fang powder into the crucible. The faint blue potion instantly became docile. You seem to be brewing a potion to help you sleep. However, it doesn't seem to be entirely true, because you seem to have added a lot of other ingredients. So, what kind of potion are you researching? In Snape's mind, that annoying voice sounded again. Don't point fingers at my expertise, little Barty. Moreover, it has nothing to do with the potion I cook. This is not something within the scope of your surveillance. Snape responded in his mind, holding little Barty. Even now that his life is in the hands of Barty Jr., he can't stand anyone pointing fingers at his professionalism. Of course, except for a certain perverted potion genius. Because everything that bastard pointed out was right. Haha, whatever you say, Snape. Although Master believes your rhetoric, Bella and I still have deep doubts about your loyalty. So, you'd better not play any tricks. I am the potions professor. If I don't want to arouse Dumbledore's suspicion and ruin the Master's plan, I'd better do things like a potions professor. And I have played the role of the potions professor for more than 10 years, so don't use your amateur point of view to criticize my behavior. Snape responded unceremoniously. Is there any potions professor who doesn't do potion research? Therefore, it's perfectly normal to do potion research yourself. Barty Jr. seemed to be convinced by Snape and remained silent. However, Snape certainly did not study randomly. He improved the potion to help him sleep, not because he couldn't sleep much recently, but because he wanted to come up with a potion that could only knock out the remnant soul of Barty in his head. But now it seems that the effect is not very good. Although there has been some progress, it still needs a very long period of polishing to reach a usable level. For Snape now, water far away cannot save the fire nearby. If only Blake could help. Snape suddenly had this idea. Although he hates Blake, this guy's potion skills are indeed beyond his reach. However, now my thoughts cannot flow freely, and even when I sleep, I cannot sleep peacefully. How do I tell Blake to help me? Snape felt depressed. Faced with the current predicament, he seemed really at a loss and couldn't do anything. Snape poured the potion from the cauldron into the bottle in annoyance. Only at this moment in the day can his mood be temporarily calm. However, his calm mood was soon broken. Bang, bang, bang! A sharp knock on the door startled Snape. Half of the potion in the spoon was spilled. Nep ran to the door angrily and opened it. The curse words were about to come out of his mouth, but after seeing the person coming, Snape immediately held back the words. Miss Worley, if you don't have a suitable reason, even if you are a student of our college, I will have to deduct points from my college. Cassandra said in a panic. Professor, it's not good. We have a conflict with Gryffindor. we have never fought. Many students in our college have been injured. Professor McGonagall asked me to call you. What? What? Snape was furious. I am already so irritable, but these little brats are still restless. Even if it's a fight, there hasn't been one yet. Can't even defeat Gryffindors? Shameful. If he had been a student back then, at least it can be 50-50 with the opponent. Of course, the premise is that James, that bastard, chooses to fight alone instead of letting the rat sneak up on him from behind. Without thinking twice, Snape closed the door and hurried out. Why did the conflict happen? Snape asked as he walked. Reason? What reason? Blake didn't say. Cassandra was a little embarrassed. Well, I don't know. When I came to the auditorium, they were already fighting. Cassandra could only reply. This answer was reasonable, but her pause still caught Snape's attention. Snape suddenly remembered something. Cassandra was Blake's public girlfriend. Does that mean Cassandra came to him this time under Blake's instructions? What's the deep meaning of his doing this? While Snape was trying his best to maintain the occlumency in his mind to prevent Barty Jr. from prying into his thoughts, Snape was thinking about Blake's intention of doing this. However, multitasking has weakened Snape's thinking ability due to the Earth, so he didn't think of anything. However, since Cassandra seems to be intentionally walking towards the auditorium, then just follow her wishes. Maybe Blake has some plans, right? Snape decided to give up thinking for the time being and walked quickly towards the auditorium. However, before he reached the auditorium, he heard another voice that he hated. Ha! Little ball, fly this way. Crack! Peeves' voice sounded not far away, and then there was the sound of windows being smashed. Of course, Snape would not take a detour. He was not an ordinary little wizard at Hogwarts. He was a professor. Under normal circumstances, Peeves would not dare to do anything too extreme to the professor. Of course, under normal circumstances, ah, look who this is. Isn't this the respected Dean of Slytherin, the old Batmaster? Ah, you should wash your hair. How about Potter brand shampoo? Snape's face turned dark when he heard this. Peeves, get out of here right now, or I'll find Bloody Baron. Fit. Before Snape could finish speaking, he felt a hard blow on his head. He turned around with difficulty and looked at Cassandra, thinking that the girl had attacked him. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Cassandra standing aside in surprise, while a rapidly growing bludger was getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Zit! Snape rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Aha! Right on target! Peeves shouted in victory. Before Snape fainted, he saw Blake and Dumbledore walking quickly in the distance. Okay. I knew it was you. Peeves, how dare you attack the professor? Blake shouted pretendingly. Ah, Professor Green, it was just an accident. Peeves jumped out of the window that had just been smashed with a whoosh. His play was over, and he quickly slipped away. Oh, he's seriously injured. It seems we have to send him to the school hospital immediately. Dumbledore also started to act. Of course, he had already emptied the school hospital. Blake used a levitating spell to make Snape float on the ground. He winked at Cassandra and then walked towards the school hospital with Dumbledore. Cassandra looked at their retreating figures and still felt that this thing was too magical. Blake actually teamed up with Principal Dumbledore to attack his own dean, and he was part of their attack plan? I can't figure it out. Cassandra gave up thinking and left here quickly. After a few more minutes, Filch's sad and angry voice echoed through the corridor. Peeves, damn it! I just patched the windows. Snape felt as if he were in a dark abyss, and the body is still falling downwards. Just when his body was about to touch the ground, Snape suddenly woke up. Snape had just woken up and immediately saw the two people standing in front of him. It was the Blake and Dumbledore I saw just now. You. Snape felt as if his brain was in pain, as if it was split. However, when he reached out to touch it, he felt lonely. Then he was shocked to find that his hand went through his head. Aha! Congratulations, Severus. You are dead. You are about to take the first step of another great adventure, Blake said with a smile. Ah? Am I dead? Snape looked at himself in shock, and then realized that his state was actually translucent. Moreover, when he turned around, he happened to see himself lying on the bed with his face covered in blood and lifeless. I really died? was crushed to death by Peeves with a bludger. A huge sense of absurdity came over Snape. "Okay, Blake, stop joking." Dumbledore reluctantly stopped Blake's joke. If it were a little later, Snape might really have to take that great first step. Huh? What happened? Snape also realized something was wrong. "It's like this." Dumbledore told Snape what happened today. When he heard that Peeves was invited by Blake to hit him, Snape looked at Blake as if he was breathing fire. And when he heard that Blake had done a detailed examination on him and successfully discovered the remnant soul of Barty Jr. attached to his soul, his anger gradually subsided, but he still couldn't help but chuckle. He snorted softly. And now, this remnant soul is floating next to Snape's soul. However, this remnant soul has not yet awakened. In other words, now is the best time for Snape and Dumbledore to communicate. In other words, as long as my soul remains outside my body, I can still escape Barty Jr.'s surveillance? Snape asked. Yes, so if you have something to say, it's best to tell us now. We will discuss it carefully. Dumbledore said eagerly. Snape thought for a moment, and then told Dumbledore and Blake what had happened before. He was attacked, implanted with a fragment of his soul, monitored all the time, and had to keep his brain closed all the time. He was sent to Hogwarts to find an opportunity to capture Harry Potter in front of Voldemort, let Voldemort use his blood to resurrect him, and then let Voldemort kill him with his own hands. What are you talking about? Tom's brain was caught in the door. He can do it with just a few drops of blood, but he has to let you steal it all? Blake cannot understand Tom's brain circuit. After being resurrected, wouldn't it be easier to find a way to take revenge than to wait for Snape to complete the task now? Why must Snape be resurrected after completing this difficult task? For Blake, it can no longer be said that his brain has been caught in the door. Maybe it was because he was caught in the door and hit twice on the head by the quaffle. Thinking of this, Blake couldn't bear it. He took another look at Snape's battered face. Snape also followed Blake's gaze and glanced behind him again at his physical face. Even though he is in the soul state now, he still seems to be able to feel the pain. Ahem, Severus, I'll let Blake heal you before waking you up. Dumbledore also felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was also involved in this matter. The Dark Lord is a very proud and strong person. Wherever he falls, he must get up. Snape began to explain Blake's question. So, he must Pares in front of everyone, personally kill the boy who has kept him in trouble for so many years. It proves that it was just an accident and not something wrong with his ability. Well, since Tom has chosen to do this, in other words, our tight time has become a lot more generous. After all, Tom will not expect you to do it right away. Harry washed his clothes and brought them to him. Blake spread his hands and said, "But..." Blake suddenly touched his chin and then looked at Dumbledore. Actually, since Severus is unconscious, this is also a good opportunity. You mean, to attack them directly now, when Severus is not in danger? A glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. That's right. Why do we have to wait for him to grow slowly? Of course we can kill him while he's sick, Blake said. If we are going to do this, then we may need to take action immediately. Dumbledore was already thinking about the feasibility of doing this. Yes, right now, Severus was seriously injured. It's normal for him to be comatose for a whole day. Even if Severus wakes up, little Barty's remnant soul won't be able to wake up. It's normal for it to happen so quickly. Let's take advantage of it now. Even if they failed and escaped, they would not suspect Severus, and Severus could continue to be an undercover agent in the future. Blake put his hands on his hips and said, "Now let's go and steal their houses. Of course, we have to be fully prepared this time. Anyway, we already know their location is known. We must not let them escape." "Okay, I'll contact the Ministry of Magic right now," Dumbledore said. "No, Professor, don't you understand? Those guys at the Ministry of Magic are just holding you back." "Well, even if the Aurors are not holding you back, Fudge is good at holding you back. Therefore, I think it is better to find Professor Grindelwald than Fudge." "You really want to find that old bastard?" Dumbledore asked Ja with narrowed eyes. No. I mean, Grindelwald doesn't want to see Tom resurrected, so we have the same interests. I just want to unite all the forces that can be united. Professor, Blake said seriously, In fact, it was a lie that he wanted to ask Grindelwald to take action, but it was true that he wanted to use Grindelwald's name to leak information to the fourth natural disaster. In that case, he can take action with his younger brothers as the leader of the fourth natural disaster, and the source of the information can be checked. In that case, the enemy will not be able to take advantage of him so easily. Blake is related to the fourth scourge. With sufficient preparation and with his identity as the leader of the fourth natural disaster, he was sure to kill Voldemort completely, even if those bastards from the tower came to disrupt the situation again. We have decided happily. As for Severus, you have been too tired recently. You can take this opportunity to have a good rest. Enjoy it, and you don't need to use it. Have a night of occlumency. Good night. Chapter 568. The idea of arming house elves. After some in-depth pleading by Blake, Dumbledore finally decided to allow Grindelwald to join the campaign against Voldemort. After all, he had already made a mistake last time, and this time, he did not intend to give Voldemort any chance to escape. However, Dumbledore did not agree with Blake's suggestion to let him sit in Hogwarts and wait for good news. He had to witness Tom's complete annihilation before he could feel relieved. Therefore, Blake had to be extremely alert to prevent Dumbledore from knowing about his connection with the fourth natural disaster. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to have to explain to this old man again. Don't clear out Barty's remnant soul just yet. Snape begged. Fangshi and you still failed in the end. I can't go back to mediate with them. Don't worry, little Barty's remnant soul, I've already done something about it, and I was about to tell you. Blake said with a smile. What did you do? Snape was stunned for a moment. Just when I was cleaning your wound, I had basically figured out how their method works. Blake said. Their method is like a double-sided mirror, he can more. What happens here is reflected truthfully on the other mirror. But I made a little effort to make this two-way mirror no longer convey the actual things around you, but you, imaginary facts. Snape looked at Blake in shock. That means I can directly send him fake images? Yes, my method depends on how strong your occlumency is. However, for you who can maintain occlumency for 24 hours without leaking any flaws, I think this should not be the case. What a problem. Hearing Blake's compliment, Snape's face remained expressionless, but the corners of his mouth were still not completely suppressed. Snape used occlumency before to lock his true thoughts in a corner of his brain, just like locking himself in a room, exposing all the outside space to Barty. But now, after being manipulated by Blake, it is equivalent to locking little Barty in a small room and giving him VR equipment, making him think that everything he saw is real. As for what content to play for him, it is entirely up to Snape, the master of occlumency, to decide. Okay, I'll tell you how to operate it later, and then you can have a good rest, Blake said happily. 673. But Snape was still a little hesitant. Dumbledore smiled and said, Don't worry, Severus, you have a good rest. When you wake up, the world will restore peace again. Of course, I will also let Blake help you heal your injury and try not to let your handsome Aqualine slip. Nose, become like me. When the two left the school hospital, Snape's soul had returned to his body and fell into a deep sleep. Sleep without all the pressure is particularly refreshing. And the remnant soul of Barty Jr. was also packed up and stuffed back by Blake. If this operation succeeds, Blake will clear out the remaining soul. If it fails, the team will wait until Snape wakes up and is fully prepared, and then the team will wake up the mole again. Blake and Dumbledore left separately downstairs in the school hospital. Dumbledore returned to the newly decorated control room and continued to perfect the new equipment. After all, if the operation fails, the control room cannot be used again. Blake, on the other hand, went directly back to his office and then conveyed messages to Grindelwald and his own fourth natural disaster. Of course, Grindelwald did not refuse Blake's request. After all, he also wanted to kill the madman completely. As for the fourth natural disaster, everyone started preparing for the battle. However, since Dumbledore would be present, Ariana had to stay at the base. It was too easy for Dumbledore to recognize his sister. Ariana would feel uncomfortable if he recognized her. Did you agree to open a security company? Why did you end up getting together with Grindelwald? Just by thinking of a suitable reason without giving Blake away, half of her hair would fall off. When the time come, Ariana might rather cast an oblivion spell on her brother. After conveying the information, Blake took out a surveillance mirror, and what was displayed in the mirror was the image of Gunter's old house. The other side of this surveillance mirror's link is the equipment on Dobby's body. This shows that Dobby is carrying out the task assigned to him by Blake very seriously. "Dobby, can you hear me?" Blake asked softly. At this time, Dobby, who was hiding in the woods and monitoring Gaunt's old house, heard Blake's voice, and his ears through his helmet immediately stood up. "Listen." Dobby realized that his voice seemed too loud and whispered quickly, "I heard it. Oh, I didn't expect that this helmet can really hear Master Blake's voice." "Of course, so. Did you notice anything special?" Blake asked. "No, they never came out." Dobby nodded affirmatively. Moreover, the detector that Master Blake gave to Dobby did not detect the magic fluctuation caused by the apparition. In other words, they did not Hogwartsing, no apparating away. "So, have you noticed that there are people around you who are watching that old house just like you?" "Not yet. Even those Muggle gentlemen have never been close to this place." Dobby answered truthfully. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. We decided to start executing the plan. Do you still remember the second task I gave you?" Of course, Dobby remembers it," Dobby whispered. "The second task that Master Blake gave Dobby is to use magic cards to decorate the area around this old house according to Master Blake's method. Anti-apparition spell. If you find someone is watching you, put the arrangement aside temporarily and report it to Master Blake." "Very well, let's do it, Dobby. You are the best." "Oh my God, the great Master Blake said Dobby is the best." With a great sense of happiness, Dobby began to act cautiously. When Dobby started to act, Blake was not idle either. He once again took out the puppet ball he had obtained at the bottom of the sea. Now, after reading through the Book of Abraham, Blake's alchemy has reached the top level through his own efforts. This is Blake's first major to reach this level entirely on his own. Although it is impossible for him to create a puppet ball right now, after all, time is tight. However, it would be very simple for the current Blake to repair this alchemy ball. Blake had almost forgotten about this little puppet ball. However, having a puppet ball is very important because of the next move. Therefore, it was only in Lake that I suddenly thought of this thing. "What? Haven't you restored contact yet?" Bella asked the pale little Barty next to her while boiling the potion. Little Barty covered his head and said weakly, "Not yet. Snape was seriously injured this time." Part of Barty Jr.'s soul is in Snape's body. It can be said that it is parasitic on Snape's soul, so he can perceive everything about Snape. Since you can feel everything, it certainly includes pain. Could Snape have directed and acted in this scene? Bella asked with a frown. Little Barty glanced at Bella dissatisfied. "You are questioning my loyalty. Everything about Snape is under his surveillance." Bella's question is the same concept as directly questioning Barty Jr. and Snape's cooperation in acting. But Snape is also an experienced wizard. When he fought against the Order of the Phoenix, what spells did he avoid? Will he be seriously injured by Peeves with a bludger? Bella still expressed her expression, solved his own doubts. After all, this matter is too ridiculous. He was much warning Peeves to leave, and then the bludger came from behind. This was a sneak attack, and in Hogwarts, obviously it's the safest place in the world. It's reasonable for Snape not to be as vigilant as he should be. After all, even I didn't notice. Little Barty recalled everything that happened at that time. Even if the bludger didn't hit his head, he still remembered the pain. That part of my soul is comatose because Snape's body is comatose. It seems that I won't be able to observe what's happening over there again until he recovers. Bella stood up and said, "Put the potion and drink it yourself. I have to report all this to the Master. What exactly is going on, and whether Snape is playing tricks, the Master will naturally make a judgment." Little Barty looked at Bella's back angrily and cursed the crazy woman in his heart. What could be wrong with this? It was just an accident. Even if this accident is ridiculous, no matter how ridiculous it is still an accident. If Snape really wants to play tricks, he must have a chance. he was watching Snape almost 24 hours a day. As long as Snape was awake, he was there. How can Snape direct everything? This so-called suspicion of playing tricks is just an excuse used by Bella, a crazy woman, to get up to Voldemort's body. Little Barty cursed a few more times in his mind, then poured out the potion in the crucible and drank it. Bah! It tastes terrible. The quality of this potion is really bad. I might as well do it myself. Indoors, Bella had told Voldemort all about the conversation she had just had with Barty Jr. Voldemort did not speak, but quietly analyzed in his mind. Although Snape was seriously injured by Peeves, which sounds ridiculous, it is actually not surprising. When he was the president of the student union at school, he had lots of dealings with Pippi Y. Therefore, Voldemort, who was familiar with Peeves' character, felt that this was just a ridiculous accident. Of course, there is also the worst possibility, that is, Barty Jr. betrayed him and then collaborated with Snape to put on a play for him. However, Voldemort believed that this possibility was slim, and only he knew how deeply Barty relied on him. It would be easier to say that Barty Jr. betrayed him than that Dumbledore suddenly asked him to cooperate. After thinking about it carefully, Voldemort decided to comfort Bella first. After all, he is very short of manpower now. There are only 2 people under him who can really get things done and can barely be said to be trustworthy. Bella, this should be just an accident. Peeves has a very bad character. I think Snape is just unlucky. Don't worry, this will not affect our plan. I will be resurrected soon. Then, I will still be the most powerful person in the world. I wholeheartedly trust you, my master, but I still have a little doubt about this matter, Bella said. What else do you think is wrong? Voldemort asked. Well, it does seem to be an accident, but since Peeves appeared at Hogwarts, I have never seen him accidentally hurt any professor. Bella Small, he said carefully. However, Bella's words made the cautious Voldemort instantly alert. That's right. Although Peeves is naughty and mischievous, he has never been heard of playing too much pranks on any professor. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is the first accident, but this little doubt was enough for the cautious Voldemort. You're right, and we need to be cautious now. Bella, maybe we should change places again. What? Tom changed places? Blake put down the repaired puppet ball angrily. Dobby said cautiously, Yes. They started to leave here in the afternoon, and before leaving, they asked Lestrange to curse the entire old house. Dobby could see clearly that it was very evil black magic. If someone accidentally stepped into it. Dobby shuddered as he spoke. Those black magic made him feel uncomfortable all over. Anyway, Dobby will continue to follow them. When they stop, Dobby will report to Master Blake again. Well, Dobby, you are such a brave house elf. Blake gave Dobby a thumbs up as usual. Dobby sobbed with excitement and almost cried. Then, Dobby, you must be careful. By the way, do you still have the cards to deploy the anti-apparition spell? Yes, there are many more, Dobby said sharply. Okay, then you continue to complete the mission. By the way, the situation has changed. For our safety, I will send Baker to help you. Because Snape was put down, Baker, who was originally monitoring Snape, was free. It would be better to let him and Dobby complete the mission together. At least they would have someone to take care of each other. Ah, for Dobby's safety. Master Blake not only gave Dobby so much protective equipment, but also asked his favorite house elf to help Dobby. He really, so gentle, so great. After hanging up the phone with Dobby, Blake couldn't help but sigh. These house elves are really useful. Wait a minute. Blake suddenly remembered that he had a lot of free house elves under his command. This time, only 2 troops were sent, and there was one who was not organized by myself. I'm still too conservative. As long as the elves improve their psychological quality, they can do things and fight. It seems that brainwashing the elves and equipping them with thermal weapons of Ravkahalins. The plan must be put on the agenda. Chapter 569. Voldemort, where is my army of Inferi? Where is my locket? Tom's strategy shifted, but that wasn't a big deal. There were 2 house elves, fully armed, following closely behind them, so there was little chance of losing them. Therefore, Blake can continue to make his own preparations. Voldemort's transfer actually took 2 full days, because they are too cautious. It doesn't even use apparition. Several people took Voldemort with them and moved on their legs. Moreover, He does not go out during the day and only moves quietly at night. This made Blake, who had been waiting for them to stop so that he could deploy the anti-apparition spell, a little nervous. Just when Blake was about to stop waiting and get going, Voldemort's strategic shift was finally over. However, what made Blake even more nervous was that the address Voldemort chose was actually a place that Blake was very familiar with. "Master, is this place?" Bella looked at the pile of rubble in front of her hesitantly. "Didn't the owner say before that there is a rocky mountain here? This pile of rubble does not look like a mountain." Little Barty also looked at Voldemort in Bella's arms with some suspicion. However, what surprised him was that Voldemort, who was in Bella's arms, also had a face full of shock. Little Barty had never seen such an expression on Voldemort's face. After a long while, Voldemort murmured, I, where is my cave? Where is such a big cave? Where is my vulva? My, locket." Little Barty looked at the pile of rubble in front of him again. Maybe there used to be a cave here, but now it looks like 10,000 trolls just ran over it. Let alone a cave. Even the stones must be extremely uniform. Unlike Barty Jr. and Bella, who were confused, Voldemort was now filled with fear and anger. "The cave where I originally hid my Horcrux is now gone. There is no doubt that Slytherin's locket and his other Horcrux are in danger." Puff! Voldemort spat out a mouthful of black plasma and fell limply into Bella's arms. Another life lost. Bella and Barty put Voldemort down in panic and then performed various examinations on him. In the distance, Dobby and Baker were faithfully using their alchemy equipment to transmit everything that happened here back to Hogwarts. At this time, Lake and Dumbledore were both in the newly established control room at Hogwarts. Grindelwald also arrived at Hogwarts a day ago. They all saw the scene where Voldemort was so angry that he vomited blood. Then they all glanced at Blake involuntarily. They all remember clearly that when Blake said to set off firecrackers, the place was completely leveled. All the armies of the Inferi were instantly wiped out. "Blake, are you sure you are not studying alchemy at Hogwarts anymore?" Dumbledore couldn't help but ask again. "Oh, that, I haven't played it in a long time." Blake touched his chin. "I've been researching so much recently that I haven't thought much about the alchemy bomb. We can really study it later." Looking at Blake's twinkling eyes, Dumbledore had already begun to regret. Why am I mentioning this? He had even forgotten it. "Okay, they stopped there," Grindelwald said suddenly. At this time, Voldemort seemed to be unconscious, and Bella and Barty Jr. were camping near the pile of rubble. Various protective magics were released, and soon CK and Dobby's alchemy equipment could no longer see the camp on the beach. However, after Dobby fiddled with it for a while, the camp appeared again on the screen. Obviously, this device directly saw through the protective magic. "Well, it seems that Tom hasn't woken up yet. Now is the time," Dumbledore said. Since Voldemort was stimulated and fainted, Bella and Barty Jr. would not leave now. After all, this was where Voldemort asked them to come, and they would not leave until Voldemort gave him an order. Blake immediately connected to the communicator on Dobby's helmet. "Dobby, let's start." Dobby and Beck immediately. He began to quickly set up anti-apparition spells. While Blake was taking advantage of their arrangements, he turned to Dumbledore and the others and said, "Then let's go too." "Okay." Dumbledore nodded. "You can just watch from the side. My friends and I can kill him," Grindelwald said. Dumbledore didn't have any problem with this. There is no doubt about the combat effectiveness of Grindelwald's group, so he only needs to stand on the periphery with Blake and watch. The three of them had reached a consensus, and Blake immediately opened the dimensional door and took them with him to leave Hogwarts. "Please give me flowers." Their figures appeared several kilometers away from the beach. Then Grindelwald left alone. Blake and Dumbledore each used a disillusionment charm on their bodies, and then started walking towards the beach. Blake looked at the sky and felt the breath of his bone dragon. The people of the Fourth Plague have arrived. On the other side, Grindelwald took out his wand and began to send signals in their unique way. After a while, his men began to appear one by one. However, they seemed much more blatant and apparated directly not far away. Blake and Dumbledore came to a hillside not far away, using alchemical telescopes to look at the camp over there from a distance. They could see that Grindelwald's men were quietly approaching the camp with their wands and the disillusionment curse. According to the plan, the first wave of attacks was launched by Grindelwald's men. The people of the fourth natural disaster are hiding aside. If Grindelwald could directly capture Voldemort, then the people from the fourth natural disaster would basically not have to show up. However, if those bastards like Dracula come to disrupt the situation again, then the people of the fourth natural disaster will attack forcefully. If it still fails, Blake will quietly release the puppet ball and directly summon the leader of the fourth natural disaster. However, things developed smoothly, far beyond Blake's expectations. Before he even considered the entire battle plan, he realized that the battle over there was over. Through mental arithmetic and unintentional calculations, the protective magic of the camp was instantly broken, and Bella and Barty were knocked down directly by 5 or 6 spells. And Voldemort is now lying alone on the ground, surrounded by a group of wizards. When Blake saw this, he knew it was safe, because this operation was very fast, and Voldemort did not move once by himself. Those people from the tower did not come out to disrupt the situation this time. At this time, Grindelwald was passing by his men and came to Voldemort. He looked at Voldemort in front of him with disgust, and without any nonsense, he directly raised his wand. Blake once said that villains die from talking too much. If it hadn't been, he can't make this mistake again. Avada Kedavra! A green spell instantly shot towards Voldemort's door on the ground. Chapter 570. Gold Medal Assistant Blake. Voldemort was in a very depressed mood at this time. Originally, when he saw that the cave where he kept his Horcrux was destroyed, he was already in a state of excitement. When he finally regained consciousness, he found that the camp had been taken away. His 2 most loyal servants have also been pushed to the ground, and he was surrounded by wizards who looked hostile at first glance. Needless to say, other dark wizards who were recently recruited must also be dealt with. At this point, Voldemort was actually not desperate yet. After all, he had a crotch. No one can kill him, and no one can stop him from escaping, as long as he separates his soul from this broken temporary body. However, the breaking point came when he found that he could not separate his soul from his body. This has never happened before. He used to possess snakes, and always, when the parasitic snake was about to die, he would leave and find another snake. For him, those physical bodies just come in and out at will. But now he can't do it anymore. It's as if this broken temporary body is really his body. However, even if his soul cannot escape, it is not enough to make Voldemort despair. Because he still firmly believes that as long as there is a Horcrux, the opponent's spell can only kill his temporary body, but it cannot really kill him. However, just when Grindelwald raised his wand, Voldemort, who had originally planned to laugh at Grindelwald, suddenly remembered the Soul chapter in The Secret of Advanced Dark Arts. A line of ministers of the village. Once all the Horcruxes are destroyed, the soul of the owner of the Horcruxes will lose the characteristic of being protected by the Horcruxes. One of the manifestations of this is that after staying in a physical body for a long time, it will no longer be able to protect itself. Thinking of the places I have been to where Horcruxes have been placed, they have all been invaded. Voldemort had a bad suspicion. 327. Could it be that all my Horcruxes have been destroyed? At this time, Grindelwald's wand flashed green light. Avada Kedavra! Looking at the approaching green spell, Voldemort finally felt a feeling of despair in his heart. At this moment, he felt that death was beside him, and the god of death was wielding his sickle to chop at his neck. No, Voldemort roared unwillingly. Boom! Green light instantly flooded Voldemort's body. It can be seen that Grindelwald has used all. In the distance, Dumbledore and Blake couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, it's all over. After a series of calculated and unintentional situations, they finally managed to defeat Voldemort before the tower came to cause trouble. However, just as they were thinking this, they immediately saw Grindelwald and a circle of wizards around him flying, exploded away by a ball of red light. Blake's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the red light that blew away Grindelwald. He knew it. This Voldemort was a cockroach. He couldn't die no matter what. Even if you put it on your face and enlarge it, it won't kill you? Is there any other way to do it? At this time, the red light of Grindelwald and the pure party gradually dissipated, and a tall, thin man with naked skin and pale skin appeared on the spot. Voldemort is actually resurrected. Fuck! Even Blake, who was still calm at first, couldn't help but explode. No, if you don't die, why don't you just resurrect? What about the blood of the enemy, the flesh of the servant, and the bones of the father that were promised? You don't play by the rules. And forget about resurrection. Why do you have a nose this time? Yes, the resurrected Voldemort is not disfigured this time, which is very magical. This socket is not pure. Someone is cheating on me. It's a blood-locking resurrection trick. Is there anyone in charge? Blake, the #1 student at Hogwarts, gave a silent cry. Of course, if you try too hard, you will eventually get stuck. Blake quickly accepted this fact. Although I don't know what happened, Voldemort suddenly resurrected directly without a lot of complicated rituals. But isn't it just cheating? Who is afraid of whom? There is a puppet ball in Blake's palm. Just throw it out quietly, and the leader of the 4th natural disaster will respond. I don't even have to take action myself. Before Blake could finish his thoughts, Dumbledore beside him flew out like an arrow from a string. After Dumbledore rushed out, the disillusionment curse on his body was quickly lifted. Blake was left alone, still standing there under the disillusionment curse. To say that Voldemort suddenly resurrected was just shocking and confusing to Blake. But for Dumbledore, it was a real shock. I originally thought that Voldemort was going to die and could finally live in peace, but I didn't expect. This bastard was actually resurrected. Who could have imagined this? At this time, Grindelwald and the wizards who were blown away in the distance were not injured. Because that red light is not offensive. In other words, compared to aggression, what Grindelwald felt in this shockwave was huge vitality. The last time Grindelwald felt such a powerful vitality was when he took Blake's original life-extending potion. The vitality that escapes alone is comparable to the life-extending potion. From this, it can be seen that the center of the red light burst. How big is the vitality that bursts out in that instant? However, in the center of the red light, isn't that Voldemort who looks like a candle in the wind? Why does he have such huge vitality? Even if he chewed the magic stone like a candy bar on the spot, he wouldn't have that much vitality, right? Grindelwald and the wizards looked at Voldemort in front of them cautiously. The Wiccan party all felt a powerful, oppressive force from this naked man, just like when they faced their boss Grindelwald. Too obviously, this is a powerful wizard on the same level as Grindelwald, or even stronger. At this time, Voldemort's eyes were also a little confused. He was raising his right hand and looking at a ring on his right index finger. At the moment when he felt that he was about to die, the ring that Red Cloak had given him before was suddenly placed in his hand automatically. Then came the dazzling red light. The red light was so intense that not even the death curse could penetrate it. Immediately afterwards, he felt warm all over his body. And then, he had a body. The power that had been lost for more than 10 years came from the body again, and it seemed to be much stronger than before. Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald has never been a fool. Although he was shocked to see Voldemort resurrected, he would not stand still stupidly. After being shocked for a moment, he immediately launched an attack. While you are sick, I will kill you. If we don't attack now, do we have to wait until Voldemort gets the wand before attacking? But the attacks of Grindelwald and his Wiccan party had no effect this time. That vast red light appeared again, spreading a thin red mask in front of Voldemort. Grindelwald's curse hits it like a pebble thrown into the sea, causing only the slightest ripple. Voldemort suddenly seemed to feel something and turned around slowly. Behind him, at some point, a red light door appeared. In the light door, a group of people in red cloaks slowly walked out, and the source of opening the light door seems to be the ring in Voldemort's hand. What kind of ring is this? It's so powerful. Grindelwald frowned. He knew that today would be difficult. Looking at the red cloaks coming out from the opposite side, he smelled the same scent on them as the vampire. There are so many vampires. Faced with these powerful, mysterious creatures, Grindelwald has no confidence. Strength impressed Grindelwald, so maybe they all have to answer here today. Have you finally decided to wear the ring? Voldemort? Dracula opened his cloak, revealing a face that even Blake felt was unfamiliar. This is not the face he had when he met Blake, because this is a new clone, much more powerful than the previous one. Voldemort turned around and stared at him for a while, then shook his head and said, "It's not you who makes me surrender." This ring not only saved his life, but also resurrected him and made him stronger than before. But none of this comes without a price. The price is, he will forever surrender to the owner of the ring. However, what made Voldemort feel aggrieved was that it was not that he wanted to surrender, but that the ring was automatically placed on him, forcing him to surrender. In that case, failure to surrender would mean death. He hated the feeling that the initiative was not in his own hands, because he had to live this kind of life for more than 10 years. However, after surrendering to this unknown master, he will not have the initiative in his future life. Of course, it's not me. You don't think that I made that ring, do you? There is actually someone else you surrendered to. I know you are very unwilling now, but believe me, you will not regret it. I chose this time. Don't you want to live forever? Then, didn't you feel the power of life in the ring just now? Dracula smiled. At this time, he was in a good mood. Voldemort was resurrected, and his combat effectiveness seemed to be not bad. There was no problem in saving his life. Then, one of his 2 tasks was completed. Thinking of the generous reward, he was certainly in a good mood. Put it on. It doesn't look good just by looking at it, Dracula said, and gave his new colleague a red robe. As soon as the robe was thrown out, it was automatically put on Voldemort. Voldemort looked at the clothes on his body silently, and then picked up a wand from the ground that had been dropped by the Wiccan party after they were blown away. He held the wand with 2 fingers and swept his robe from top to bottom. The blood-red robe turned into pure black. "Ha! You prefer black to red, right?" Dracula said easily. Now only Grindelwald on the opposite side is strong enough. As for the others, although they are not bad, in front of these vampire brothers he brought, they are just giving away food. This task is quite easy to complete. Grindelwald finally understood that it was a ring in Voldemort's hand that made him resurrected inexplicably, and it was this ring that summoned these vampires. It seems that Blake still miscalculated. I didn't expect that the opponent's backhand was so powerful. To be able to create such a ring, the opponent's technical ability is no weaker than Blake's. At this time, Dumbledore finally came to Grindelwald's side. He looked at Voldemort in front of him with burning eyes. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore and frowned. "Why are you still here? You didn't see that we were about to be surrounded by the other side, yet?" Opposite, in the light door, the vampire wearing a red cloak is still walking out. It can be said that people like Grindelwald can't leave. Grindelwald believed that Dumbledore should not come over at this time, but should take Blake away from here before he is exposed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Blake running over. Grindelwald's face darkened, and he almost cursed. No wonder he was worried, because he mistakenly believed that every vampire's fighting power was as strong as the one he encountered during the World Cup. And there are so many vampires here. No matter how strong Blake is, he can't beat 4 hands with just 2 fists. Of course, he didn't know that the one he encountered at that time was basically the strongest individual among vampires. Basically, it depends on the strength of Dracula's clone. Blake Green. After Voldemort saw Blake, it was an enemy meeting, and he was extremely jealous. Blake not only damaged his Horcrux, but also left a taunting message. He betrayed him before reuniting, causing him to lose the Philosopher's Stone. New and old grudges. Avada bites the big melon. Voldemort used a death curse on Blake. Dracula next to him turned green. Damn it, don't kill him. He is my second mission target. Of course, Dumbledore would not sit back and watch Voldemort attack Blake. The Elder Wand was waved, and the 2 former teachers and students, now old rivals, fought together again, and the flames of war at the scene were instantly ignited with a death curse from Voldemort. Dracula gritted his teeth and looked at Blake. "You little bastard, if you are not doing your research at Hogwarts, what are you doing here?" My reward? Ah. In his opinion, today's battlefield is so chaotic that Grindelwald can't even protect himself, let alone protect Blake. A fighting scum like Blake wouldn't be able to survive for a minute in this situation. And just when Dracula felt that his reward was gone with the wind, a whole set of cards appeared in Blake's hand in front of him. All spells attacking him were blocked by the floating cards in his hand. Dracula suddenly remembered the encounter at the World Cup. Blake had used this incredible card magic to create a lot of trouble for himself. From this point of view, his ability to protect himself is not bad. Is his reward not there? Dracula quickly used vampire-specific sound waves to notify his men, telling them not to attack Blake. As a result, those vampires turned and attacked the Wiccan party. Although the Wuqi party has good fighting power, they really can't defeat this kind of almost invulnerable monster. Except for the life-killing curse that can make the opponent fearful, the other spells can't even break the opponent's defense. So why fight? Soon, some of the Wuqi party members were knocked to the ground and seriously injured. Seeing that the Wuqi party was gradually unable to resist. Realizing that no one seemed to be attacking him, Blake suddenly released a bunch of new cards, all of which were auxiliary. The next second, those Wuqi party members who were about to be hit by the vampire's claws suddenly had an iron armor spell in front of them. "I'll help you defend. You attack with all your strength," Blake shouted loudly. Thanks to the trust the Wiccan party had in Blake, everyone immediately gave up their defense and launched a counterattack with the death curse. And Blake did not disappoint them. All the vampires' attacks on the Wiccan party were blocked by Blake's defense cards. The efficiency of card spell casting is unmatched by magic wand casting. An armor spell card floating in the air can cast 17 or 8 armor spells in 1 second. And Blake can do more than that. A defensive card. This allows the Wiccan party to attack as much as they want, and the injured Wiccan party members are instantly healed by Blake's healing cards. Return to the battlefield. For a moment, Dracula felt as if his head was huge. Blake was fighting and opening his shield over there, which brought the originally one-sided battle situation back again.